This meeting will be called to order. To start with, we will have an opportunity for public comment. Issues or concerns not on the agenda may be raised by the public at this time. Citizens should speak from the podium, address all comments to the dais, begin by stating their name and address or single-member district number, and limit their remarks to less than 3 minutes. Are there individuals in the audience who would like to come forward and offer public comment? I'm sure most people don't know that we're even meeting this morning, but okay, with that, that will be, public comment will be closed, and we will move into our workshop itinerary. Discussion of matters regarding the fiscal year 2023-24 budget preparation, including but not limited to 1, enterprise funds, revenue expenditures, 2, other items in need of council direction. And so we will start with the enterprise funds, and the first one on the agenda is the water fund. And I see, Shane, you're in position, ready to go. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Tina Darsky, Director of Finance. So we're starting out here with the water fund. The primary source of revenue for the water fund is, of course, water sales. Rates are not budgeted to increase this year. However, there is an increase in projected consumption. And we are basing revenue here on fiscal year-end projections as of June minus 5%. Other includes taps and connections, lake use revenues, transfers in, interest, lease proceeds, sale of material, farm lease, and auction proceeds. Do you have any questions on the revenue section for the water?
Yes, Shane, you want to talk through the sales piece of this? So it's projected at $440,000 based off of a 2.5-year drought that we have been in. I am a little surprised that when I look at our blue book and see where we're at today in terms of water sales, we are a little behind based off of 73% versus 75% of total budget spent so far. So that's kind of surprising because either people have decided that watering's not going to solve the problem, and or you can talk.
Yes, ma'am. And when we looked at that, we did basic kind of looking back on trends as we came across, and of course our summer months are our big months. You know, June, July, August. It was a little strange coming in, I guess, how the rains fell this spring. So when we were looking at the sales, there were a couple of months this spring that the sales were actually below where the trend lines were, and so since then, since June and July, we've started catching up rather quickly. We've seen an increase up to our average is about 22 million gallons per day for the last 2 months, and so we've seen that increase over the last 60 days with the heat. Coming into August, you know, we're projecting, of course, a little cooler today, and we hope that trend continues. But we're expecting that August to be another big month as well too. So we should catch up rather quickly on our projections for this past year and moving into the next year. So just looking at those trend lines, that's why we went ahead with the increase. Now, of course, I mean, there's plenty of things that can happen. So next year, hopefully it will rain a whole lot and we won't sell a lot of water, but because we need to catch back up on our reservoir levels and get back up to where we need to be. But we feel comfortable with between the growth of the city and just natural growth that we're seeing, and our trend lines are moving up, and so we believe that we're about right on target where we need to be. And we were a little conservative even on our trend lines, so we were even a little conservative on that as well.
Considering the 22 million gallons a day, my greatest concern is the following, because you see the usage, and the question is the following. Is that truly a reflection of what the citizens are using, or a reflection of the number of broken pipes that the people who are putting in infrastructure called fiber optics, and the number of broken pipes and the amount of water flooding our streets? Because, I mean, every day I drive around the city and see water flooding because of a broken pipe, because of the infrastructure that the fiber optics people are using. So in your best guess, how much of the money, the water, is it reflective in the sales versus usage? And how do we make up for the lost water that is occurring because of the fiber optics breaking the lines?
Yes, ma'am. And we've seen that now. That has trended down. The number of water main breaks that we've seen do that has started trending down. Right now, we have just one primary utility company in here putting in fiber. So we've seen that kind of trend down over the last 2 or 3 months. So really, a very small portion of that would be contributed to them at this point. And I think over the last 60 to 90 days where we have seen that 22 million gallons per day usage that we've seen, the majority of that is residential. I don't believe that a lot of these last numbers that we've seen over the last 60 to 90 days have been due to the fiber optic companies or the installation. Now, we do have a few water main breaks, but we haven't had any of those that are, we've had a couple of pretty good sized ones, but nothing, we haven't had a major one.
I'm knock on wood, everybody. Yeah, don't, yeah, cross your fingers. All right, so do we have the right to charge back? And if so, how do we figure the charge back to the fiber optics people for the water lines they break and the water that
We
floods our
haven't
streets?
necessarily been charging back for the water because it's hard to quantify how much water that you've actually lost in a specific break, because if they just hit a service line, a 1-inch service line, that's a lot different than when they drill into the side of a 27-inch water main. And so it's hard to kind of quantify some of those numbers and how fast we get the water off, how fast we don't. But we do charge back for all the labor, time, and materials that it takes to repair all of that. So we are recouping all of our time and labor and materials for any time that they do hit a water main like that, and we have to go repair it.
'Cause I think the Vista Del Arroyo break was fiber optic.
No,
break
that was one of
major.
the large lines. So that was the 16 that they hit there. So it was a large line, and they've over the past 2 years they've hit a couple of 20s. They've drilled into our raw water line coming out of Ivy. So it's our Ivy pipeline. So some of it has been substantial over the past 2 years.
All right, is there? Yes,
question.
Lucy?
Any update on the water meters?
Water meters, we are expecting our first round of the water meters that we purchased this past year. We expect them in any time now. Actually, they're supposed to be here at the end of this month. So we're hoping that we actually receive those, and so we can get started on our meter replacement program. And also looking at is probably be bringing another item to council mid-September to actually go ahead and be ready to purchase October 1 for the next, because some of the wait times on these meters has been, this first round of meters, it was actually from the time we placed the order until we're supposed to get them is 8 months, 8 to 10 months. So
How many was the first order?
the first order on the 5/8 meters, I believe, was 1,500, 1,800. But we did a lot of the larger meters on this first one because some of those are the oldest meters. And so we wanted to make sure, because some of those large users, we want to make sure that we get those meters on those large consumption items as well. This next one will actually roll in. When we roll in, we're going to be looking at 4,500 5/8 meters. So, and that's normally what we use for residential.
Other questions from council? Yes, Tommy?
One for Shane and one for Tina. Shane, you mentioned to us in our capital improvement plan workshop, at some point we're going to have to be looking at a water rate increase. And I know that's not part of the discussion today, but do you anticipate that within 12 months, 18 months, 24 months? When are we going to have to start seriously talking about that?
We need to really seriously start talking about the study now, and we need to look at, implementing, depending on what the rate study shows and kind of what we're looking at moving forward. But we'll probably within the next, probably be talking about rate increases this time next year, especially on the sewer side. It's not as critical on the water side currently, but as we move in and we start looking at the North Concho water project, some of those things, as they start coming online, there's going to be some more expenses that we're going to have to really take into account moving forward. And of course, on the sewer side's a little more critical after we implemented the Nasworthy project, and we have that moving, have that going online. It's starting. That fund is starting to see the pressure a little quicker than the water fund is.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Tom?
Shane,
One more,
Go ahead.
one more for Tina. Tina, are we to play piggyback on the mayor's earlier question? Are you in fact getting reimbursement from the companies that are hitting our water lines when you bill them for labor, for equipment, time charges, for parts and so forth? Are you actually getting reimbursement?
I've not personally seen those, but Shane probably has, and he would be
Yes,
the
we
one to-
are. We are getting reimbursed for the time, labor, and material. We were seeing a lot of it with Frontier, some with Vexus, but it was primarily with Frontier. Was the first company that came in here, and we started. Of course, Housley was their prime contractor for that, and so. But we billed that directly to Housley Communications, and then they did reimburse us. So
Okay,
yes, sir.
thanks.
You have an idea what the total dollar amount is of these reimbursements that we would expect?
Not off the top of my head, but it would have been in the hundreds of thousands.
Yes, Tom?
so Shane, my question is, if you look at this as a whole, anytime of funding we're going to need going forward, you might as well be in front of the curve instead of after the curve. So if I have a question right now to y'all, do you know what percentage of your income is commercial versus residential? I know I probably should have sent that up before, but if you were to look at taking a rate increase right now and say, if you wanted $1 million, you'd have to go up about 3% off your 35 million. If you went up 3% on a, $80 monthly bill is minimal, okay? It's a couple of, but on the commercial side, it's huge. I don't understand why you wouldn't maybe pursue that sooner than later. I just don't know how that proportionally lays out. How much is commercial and how much is residential?
We have, and I
60/40, I mean,
It's
80/20?
probably, yeah, from an income standpoint, I'd actually have to look. I know that commercial industrial meters roughly is about 3,000 meters out of our 35,000 meter collective. And so, but as far as the break down the income off of industrial, commercial versus residential, I'd have to go back and actually, I don't have those numbers with me today, I'm
No,
sorry.
but
Yeah.
I think you see where I'm going, and if there was a chance to do something, we might as well be in front of the curve. I mean, if you did, 2% sooner than later, that may help plug a $700,000 hole. it'd be
And
minimal fill.
yeah, and if we can, like I said, and I believe if council will give me direction, whether today or in the near future, to start moving forward with a rate study. Like I said, I believe that it will break down and show us everything that we need to see, because I guess it's been 6 years now, 7 years since the last rate study, and so it would be good. It's time for us to get back in
7
there.
or 8
Key
years.
word.
8 years.
8 years.
8 years,
yeah.
yes, ma'am.
How much
So,
is a rate study?
I can't remember the last time it was 60,000. It wasn't
between
tremendously
60
high.
60 and 80, I think.
Yeah, and we are looking at, and we're actually looking, we're going to have a meeting with Tina and Kimberly and myself and Patrick and Jeremy with a company that actually it's a proprietary software that actually will work to allow us to kind of massage our own numbers over, thanks, sir, massage our own numbers over time. And so we can look at actually putting all of our rates and all of our debt issuances and all of those things into this computer model and actually start modeling that stuff ourselves over time. So hopefully we're looking at live real-time numbers and not a snapshot in time once every 8 years or every 10 years or 5 years. And so we are looking at that as well. So hopefully that can at some point bring down the cost of these rate studies and things like that we're periodically doing.
Not a fan of paying for rate studies.
I understand.
When I think y'all are plenty capable of looking at it and saying we can go up here, here, and here, but I get it. Anyway, thank you, Shane.
Well, if you take a look at it, when you're in a drought, generally speaking, the increase in usage is going to be for residential, not commercial, because commercial isn't, quote, impacted by drought like residential is, because the evaporation itself in, I don't know how many swimming pools we have in this city, but the evaporation rate alone in the swimming pool business has got to be significant when you're as hot as we have been. And the investment people have in their landscape, which they're trying to protect. So the legitimate issue is the usage is increasing residential, and since the largest part of our city is residential, not commercial, you can pretty much throw a dart and hit a number that's relevant to be used. And I think the issue is I'm not a fan of these studies because I think we know what we need. I'm not sure anyone's going to tell us something we don't know.
Yes, and we do and I guess where they come in, where the rate study actually comes in is when we start looking at some of our longer-term debt, when we start looking at some of these larger projects and
That's the issue.
and the timing of those. From an O&M standpoint, correct, we've got that. That's not an issue. So it's just how, when we start looking at those larger debt issues and how that affects us over time, that's really where we're getting the, whether it's Reftelis or one of the other companies to come in and actually sit down with us and go over those long-term projections for debt issuance to see what we're going to need long-term and how that's going to affect us. That's really where their expertise comes into play to help us get through those situations.
Can you update us on the Hickory Aquifer project as we speak, and as well as the Concho River Water Project, where we're at on it, what our expectations are, timing-wise, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. On the Hickory project, on the expansion project, we're really going quite well right now. We've got through with all of the drilling. They're wrapping up with their final testing on all the drilling at the actual well field itself, so we're looking good there. We've actually started the contract 2 portion of that has kicked in out there, so we're upgrading the existing wells that are there, the pumps in there, and some of the controls for it. We're getting the upgrades on that has already started. Tying all of the new wells together has already started, so really coming along well with that project. Here in town, on that phase of it as well, our new 2 clear wells are completely constructed. They're waiting on a couple of large valves to come in so they can actually start closing and getting all that sealed up, and so we can actually start testing them, get the water in them and start testing them, make sure that there's not any leaks or structural issues or anything like that. Start working on that, getting those sanitized. So the project's really coming along really well. We hopefully, this time next year, we hope that's wrapped up complete, and we've got everything online, and we're capable of pumping our 12 million gallons out of the Hickory and ready to go. So.
Okay, so, and the Concho River Water Project, where are we in terms of getting permits, and how far down the road are
We
we
had-
in anticipation of?
One permit we have in place already, our discharge permit, we have it in place. We are currently waiting on to see a draft permit of our bed and banks permit. So we're hoping to see that in the next 60 to 90 days, because the last time we were discussing that with our council, that they believe that hopefully we would see that sometime in September. So.
And then what's the next step?
And then next step is, once we do that, once we get the draft permit, then we'll start pouring through that on our side to look at it to make sure we're in concurrence with the state. If there's any revisions, we'll submit for revisions, get our permit back to us. Once we actually get the final permit back, then we'll have to publish it in the paper and to see if there's anybody that wants to contest it. If somebody does want to contest it, then we would be looking probably at a contested case hearing sometime next summer. Once we work through all of those processes and we get the final go-ahead from the state that everything's good and there's no modifications need to be made, then at that point in time we would start looking at design, going into design and bid and construction at that point.
And so the water treatment facility, is that the clear wells? Is that what you're talking about?
The 2 nuclear wells, yes, ma'am, yes. We have the 2 nuclear wells. They are constructed. A lot of piping work left, a lot of the major piping into our high pump station for that still left to be done. We improvements and upgrades into the new low lift station, actually a pump house there. It's in construction. Actually, it's built. They've just got to put the roof on it and finish the plumbing in it. And so that project's moving along really well. The groundwater treatment facility, they've got the two new vessels in there, so they're just doing a lot of plumbing and piping inside that facility. So project's moving along really well.
If we were to say, what are your biggest issues and concerns right now, what would they be?
For my water supply right now, with the heat and everything, and with all the usage that we've seen, water supply is an issue currently right now. So, but we're hoping for looking at the forecast. We're hoping that we're going to see a really good spring next year and wet spring and hopefully a wet year next year. So, looking at the forecast, but again, water supply is an issue, and then. One of the biggest things that we're seeing from a budget perspective that we're really dealing with is inflation. We're seeing the cost of chemicals and those type things just skyrocket. Our vendors, I mean, we used to try to do a 1 and 2 and 3 year contract for some of our chemicals with a 4% escalator, and our suppliers have told us that a 4% escalator is not enough. So you might as well rebid. So on some of these things, we'll probably be rebidding them every 6 months. Based on what we're seeing in inflation.
And having said that, as it relates to operations and maintenance, the big increase of $1.4 million is reflective of those chemical costs. Is that
The majority of that is chemical cost, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, Shane. About $900,000 increase he's projecting for the chemicals, and then a $350,000 increase for electricity. Those are the big drivers of that increase.
Electricity?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's your electrical provider?
It's purchasing.
Go to freedomtochoose.com.
JAXA, yeah.
But I mean, Brenda, so
Yes,
going
please,
back
Tom.
to this and going back to council, the city incurs cost every year. All right, we work off a budget. Our budget has to balance. It's a legal requirement we have. But to keep the city in a decent spot, I mean, I would look at something to do on the rate deal just because, I mean, I've never come in here when somebody said, well, our cost went down. I mean, I can count those on one hand over 6 years, but I think it goes back to justify. We just heard of nearly, $5,600,000.
900 to be
900
specific.
that we have to absorb in the city. I mean, every citizen absorbs that. It comes back out of that pot. So I think there's a point, just like what we're doing our rates and fees, we get in front of the ball instead of behind it, but we do it reasonably.
So what would you ask that we do, Tom?
Well, I went back there, I was looking at, if you wanted an extra million out of the budget, you would figure out basically a 2.7, rate increase would get you $1 million off your 35 million dollars in receipts. I wanted to know how much of that burden is on the citizen versus how much is on commercial. And that's my question. I mean, you have to look at that to realize, well, if that's 80 on commercial and 20 as far as the total receipts, then you could look at doing something like that. I don't know how much $3 affects everybody's water bill, but some people, I mean, we have heard phone calls before about that. So I'm just throwing it out there for conversation.
Well, and we do have a program, right, with the Community Action Agency that offsets and pays for.
It does assist with low-income households that qualify to meet for that program that will help pay for utility bills, yes.
So there's some protection there. Now, I'm not sure what the dynamics are on how we set that up, meaning is there.
We give them, basically, council authorizes us to give that agency $50,000 per year, and then they utilize that $50,000 within their existing programs that they already have to offset those utility bills as they come in and to help with the utility billing portion of it.
Do they update us? Tina, you might need to answer this. Do they update us in terms of where they're at on that $50,000 being utilized? I don't know if their budgeting, is the same as ours fiscally or calendar. But the question mark is, to Tom's point.
I think and I haven't had an update from them this year, but I do know the first year that we did implement it, that they did run through that 50,000 fairly quickly. But I think it was one of those that the word got out about the program, and then I think their use picked up really well that 1 year. Now, granted, that was kind of one of those COVID.
It was a change in policy
And
as well.
it was a change in policy, and I believe that was one of the COVID years, and everybody was hit fairly hard as well too. During
It was really
the
prior
first-
to COVID, but it was because we had looked at the issues in terms of, for example, someone might have, if I remember the story correctly, rental homes, or maybe they haven't sold their home, when they bought a new home, a bigger home, and we were giving people at advantageous rates, I believe, and they were not really qualifying for.
For the program itself, yes.
So
And
that's the
and
reason for
that's-
the change of policy.
It was, yes, ma'am.
Yes, Tommy.
I would just say, as one council member, whatever rate study you need to do to help you better forecast the needs that we would have from a revenue standpoint, as one council member, I would support the rate study to do that. I'm just going to throw that out there. So the other 6 may say no, but I would support that.
I think what we want to do is, and I'm not opposed to that, but I want to know, how much do you already know that you don't need someone to tell you?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, from the O&M side of things, we can calculate the O&M side of things quite easily, and so we can work between myself and the budget and finance office. We can work through the O&M cost fairly easily ourselves. Like I said, where we really need the help is when we start looking at that long-term debt and what that debt looks like and how we're going to manage that debt over time. And so that's the main where we need the outside expertise to help us look at that as we manage that across time. So.
Number one is you already know what type of increase might be needed or is needed to cover the operations and maintenance dollars, the $1.4 million concept that's out there. Number two is down the road. Right now, we don't know what the long-term debt's going to be on the North Concho River project. We know we're working on it. We just went through the timeline on that. So there's a lot we don't know yet. And so the question mark is, there might not be a lot we know over the next 18 months to 2 years based off of that project. And, but what we do know is current. And so I think it's a two-step process. One is providing what you know and would recommend based off of the numbers that you do internally, and then look forward to, we don't need to budget it now because the timeline isn't even correct for this study because you don't know where we're going on it and the timeline on it.
Yes, ma'am. And as we move forward on that, now we do have we have probably old projected costs on that project at this point. They would need to be revised on that because we do know the processes that are going to have to be in place for that project to come online. So we do know what upgrades need to be made. We know what those are going to be. Now, our biggest issue is, have we kept up with inflation on that over the last 3, 4, 5 years? No, we're still utilizing those same numbers and haven't updated based on all of the increased pricing that we've seen across the entire industry. And so, again, those are some of the issues that again we have to look at as well too. We have to have updated good numbers for us to look at on that. Again, we know the processes that we're going to have to put in place to make this project work. We know what we need from plant upgrades. We know all of those things, the piping, how many miles. We have all of that in place. Again, it's just going back and updating those numbers and those cost projections to make sure that we're actually dealing with today's dollars and not 8 years ago dollars. So,
Update us on the actual debt associated with the Hickory Aquifer that's still out there, including obviously the new 5 wells and the Clearwater. So where are we on that and how does that look?
I have to pull that up. Just give me a minute.
Because that's a key component of it, because as one becomes paid off, another emerges in terms of a new project.
Right.
And so they're going to intersect at some point, some year. And then one will be paid off and then a new one will come
new one comes
online.
on, yes, ma'am. And so, and that's one thing that these companies can help us do is manage those long-term, when we start looking at those long-term costs, when this one comes on and that one's going on, and kind of projecting that line, that cash flow line for long-term debt service. And so, and again, and two, we are, this one company that we are looking at currently right now, their software package helps manage those type of things as well too. So again, hopefully at some point in time we can maybe do our own internal rate studies instead of always having to go out and hire other firms, consulting firms to do that. So
I've heard two things, and let's talk about those two things. Number one, Tom, are you suggesting that we, as part of this process, go ahead and do a rate increase, a minimal amount of, as you say, 3% that brings, that would make up for the operations and maintenance expense increase? And then projecting that we would perhaps in the 24-25 budget pay for this study to be done. Would that timeline work, Shane, 24-25 budget, or do you need it budgeted in the 23-24 budget for the study?
rate study. I would, for the rate study, I would like to get started in the 23-24 fiscal year. Now, granted, we don't have to have it completed that soon, again, but sometime this following fiscal year to actually start the study and go through the process, because it's not a 60-day or 90-day turnaround. It's a longer process than that. So the process will take a little longer to do that. And again, we can work through those, and I can bring that back to council. Well, we'll have to bring it back to council for approval anyway. So, but again, we can get some more numbers and visit with y'all about that as well too. What the rate study would look like. We can actually narrow down the components of that rate study and what that looks like, and then bring that back as far as what we're going to have them look at instead of O&M and debt and whatever. We can focus on what we want them to look at on the rate study.
So you're saying to me, as is good right now?
Yes, ma'am. And again, if it's $60,000, again, we have professional services lines within our budget.
So you've already put into your budget the funds that would be needed to do this study?
Correct. I have. I've placed money into a professional services account for the study, and anticipating that sometime within the 23-24 year that we would hopefully be able to actually start a rate study and start moving that forward. Yes, ma'am.
We don't have to approve any additional dollars at
ma'am.
this point.
No, ma'am.
When we approve your budget for the water fund, we are approving the rate study that is needed.
You're approving the funding for that. Now,
Yes.
you're not the rate study, but you're approving the funding for that. Yes, ma'am. So.
Okay. Further questions for?
Let me piggyback on what you two have been having conversation about, since it's going right here in front of me. I can.
Well, just raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. It's easy.
I would suggest, to your point, Mayor, and when Tom started this conversation, that Shane brings to us, don't worry about the rate study yet. We'll get to that. But we need short-term, between now and the first of the next fiscal year, your recommendation for that rate increase. So I don't want to wait too long. I think it's necessary for you to balance this next year's budget, whatever that is, 3.5, whatever that number is, but bring it to the council soon. I would suggest actually when we meet the next time, not tomorrow, but in 2 weeks, we need to hear what that number is so that we can start that process now and get it in this next fiscal year.
So let me repeat what I think you just said. You would like to see a rate increase in the 23-24 budget.
That is correct.
And I support that too, Ms. Brenda. I mean, if you look at that, if I had to make a rough estimate, I would say 68% of our revenue is from residential. I'll do a quick shout out to finance for giving me that number over my cell phone right quick, but Long
Go public, girls. This is live, go public.
Anyway, but the 68% of that's residential. I mean, it's 2 fountain drinks a month, okay? It's going all sips and getting 2 fountain drinks. So I definitely think that's good. I was thinking a 3% would get in there, but Harry brings up a good point. Look at what your costs are, Shane, of what's going up. Let's not absorb that and spread that out to anybody else, and we'll just go from there. But I don't know if we see that in time. Do we get to see that in time?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we can
I'm
have.
with Harry still. Just look
Yeah.
at what your
That's why I said we need a
cost.
2-part conversation. That was my
Absolutely.
question, is there's 2-part. He has professional services already budgeted. Once we approve his budget, he has the money in his budget to pay for the study. The question mark is, well, what do we want to do for rates in the 23-24 cycle?
I'm good.
And we're recommending
Me and Harry
you
have
come back
pushed that to go with.
with a dollar amount, percentage amount, a something dollar, something whatever, that we can look at and decide if we can sign off on that.
Very good. I can bring that back.
Great, all right. Any other questions on where we're at so far on this conversation? So we already jumped ahead and went into the operations maintenance piece of the budget. I know we were just talking revenue, but we kind of jumped ahead a bit there. And that's okay. So if you take a look, then we are, total expenditures, $1,261,000, which a big part of that is the increase in chemicals.
Yes, ma'am. Chemicals, electricity,
Electricity.
those type, yep. Inflationary items
so-
on what we're doing, so yes, ma'am.
Can't use less electricity?
I would love to.
Okay. With
Oh, I wish
that,
the electricity rates weren't going up. That's the issue, so.
it's not about usage.
Not necessarily about usage. We haven't built anything that would create more consumption. It's just currently just the rates we're starting to see an increase in the rates, so.
Well, and what I really want to make sure we do is present to the public, as we talked about in 2 weeks when we finalize this, is to make sure we can talk about, number one, your first concern, and that is availability of water supply, because as an economy, if you don't have water, you don't have an economy. So water supply is key. And then 2, remind everybody about the projects that are out there to secure the water that we need for the future, what it's going to cost us, and the impact specifically due to that. Okay, so 2 weeks, we'll be talking some more. Okay. Anything else before we move on to the Water Reclamation Fund, which is less fun? Okay, you're on for Water Reclamation Fund.
Thank you, Mayor. You're correct. Water reclamation is less fun. We
Yeah.
kind of covered a little bit of the general discussion with the water fund, but here, the only real increase to the budget is in the other line for revenue, which is mostly due to interest income, and then an offset there to O&M, where he's able to fund a little bit more with that increase in revenue.
So your operations and maintenance here, once again, is, quote, electricity and cost of chemicals and,
Correct.
Correct.
That's where we are seeing the majority of our increases across the board in the water and water reclamation funds both. It takes a lot of chemical to process both sides, the drinking water and also the effluent. So it takes quite a bit of product to do that. So that's where we're seeing the majority of our expenses go up.
so what we could talk about right now and should talk about right now is where we're at on the Lake Nasworthy sewer project. How's it going? Because it seems like I'm seeing a lot of work being done.
Yes, ma'am. The pipeline project is well underway. They've already got about a mile of pipe put in the ground and we've started on the Chadburn side of it, on the downstream side of it right there. We've started there. They're working their way back. Their boring crews started last week, so we're actually starting to see the boring start to take place. And so as they're working along, moving along very quickly, if everything kind of holds up and we don't see any real issues, they have run into a little bit of rock on the boring, but nothing that's slowed them down too much. But they are really moving. They're ahead of schedule. So
Seems
on
like
their
they are. I see a lot of progress.
and especially very commendable, especially with the heat and the work that they're doing to move as fast as they are moving. So they are moving quite rapidly. They're actually Yeah, they've crossed Ben Ficklin, so I mean they're moving. I mean they're really going. They're get that first bore. They're getting all the smaller bores under the either the like right now they're going under 87. Then they've got a couple under the river that they'll 2 or 3 that they'll do under the river, and then they'll move to the big one at the lake to do the lake as the last one. So, and that's going to be the big bore. So that'll take a
Well,
few days.
Obviously, you can't get it done fast enough for me, so the question mark is, when will we see this project completed based off of where we're at today?
It was, yeah, it was a 24-month contract, and as quick as they're moving, I mean, if again,
I know,
knock on wood.
again.
Yes, ma'am. But I think they can, at the rate they're going, they'll shave 4 to 6 months off of the timeline. So they're moving. So it's been impressive to watch.
Good. Fantastic. Questions, comments from council for Shane on the water reclamation? All right, so then we'll move into the stormwater fund. This is the one everybody hates. We'll just say that up front.
Yeah, I understand.
The primary source of revenue for the stormwater fund is, of course, also user fees, and then other includes transfers in for mowing right-of-ways, auction proceeds, and interest income.
Questions on stormwater? Surely there's got to be at least one question. We've got another expert at the table, so we got to ask him something.
Got to put
It's
them
a
on the
subjective
spot.
opinion. It's a subjective opinion on Patrick.
I'll ask the question nobody wants to talk about for sure on this one. I guess the rumor has circulated that we should at some point consider increasing the stormwater fee, rate, charge, whatever. Is that something that we're going to be seeing in the next 12 months, 18 months on that side?
As we were looking at this and we were talking about the rate study, and of course we want to look at, from the stormwater perspective, we want to look at it in a kind of a two-part situation where we're looking at, because this right here has always been over water quality, to take care of our unfunded state and federal mandates that require us to do the certain things that we have to do to ensure the quality of water and of our stormwater runoff. And so as we've done that, and of course we have not seen an increase since the program started in 2010. So we're 13 years without an increase. We've seen some marginal growth in the fund just due to the number of residential homes that have been built in the last 10 years. But again, that has nowhere near kept up with inflation. And so when we start talking about the water quality portion of it, yes, we do need to look at an increase. And of course, when we were talking about a rate increase, or when we were talking about a rate study, we wanted to include stormwater in that as well. Now, phase B of this is that we've never had a dedicated funding source to deal with stormwater quantity issues.
You got to have a rain first, and we haven't
Yes,
had
ma'am,
rain in
that
2.5
is true.
years, so
Yes, ma'am, that is true. But as we look at the Avenue P detention, and we look at some of these other projects, and we have updated our master plan now, so our drainage master plan for the city, and we have quite a few identified projects in that. And we have been working with the Region F, with the Texas Water Development Board, Region 9 Stormwater Flood Planning Group. And so as we've done that, a lot of our projects that we identified in our master drainage plan for the city have been included in the Texas Water Development Board in that region plan as well. And so a lot of those projects will now either one qualify for any grant dollars that may come through the Texas Water Development Board and or low interest loans, much like we see with the water program as well. And so we want to have a dedicated funding source that we can actually start utilizing some of these programs to where we can actually start moving forward with some of our drainage issues across town. And of course, as we all know, we've seen in the last several years when we actually do get a rain, we're starting to see more intense rains, and we are starting to see our localized flooding issues become a lot more dramatic than what we would have seen, 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And so we're starting to see some differences in our rain patterns. And so some of these things, we believe it's very timely for us to start looking at those. And then two, as we're looking at new development, we're looking at our stormwater plan that we have in place now, or our ordinances that we have in place now. Again, we're starting to see developers, home developers, that are actually having to replat new properties that weren't platted prior to the 2010, and they're building the stormwater retention ponds and basins that are covering these 100 and 185 home subdivisions, and so they have these large detention basins that they're not, once the home builders build out the entire property, the home builder's not going to want to own that pond and maintain it forever, or the home builder or create a homeowners association or whatever they want to build these properties. And so they want to a lot of these are wanting to turn those over to the city. And again, that's a water quantity issue, not a water quality issue. And so there was never any funding put in our O&M budget for us to take on those ponds, for permanent maintenance of those ponds over time. And so something that we're wanting to also look at is when we look at that second part of what a rate, an additional component of our stormwater fee could look like, would be to be able to create a fund for O&M for those ponds for the long term as well. And again, that's why we were looking at wanting to place stormwater into that rate study as well. Again, there's a lot of O&M costs, a lot of those things that, yes, we can do ourselves. We know what those need to be. We know what that looks like over time to project how we need to move forward on the O&M side. Again, when we start looking at some of these larger projects, what those might look like from the master drainage plan from the city's master drainage plan, and then also from the Region 9 plan that we worked on with the Texas Water Development Board, what some of those projects might look like over time to create a fund where we could start maybe trying to tackle some of those projects so we can relieve some of the drainage and flooding issues that we're seeing around town.
So the answer to the question is, yeah, we need to start having a conversation about not only the quality issue, the quantity issue, but how we have ongoing adequate source of revenue and funding to deal with that if, in fact, we have to take on some of this maintenance of some of these detention ponds around. So, again, as one council member, I would say whatever portion of that you would need in your rate study, I would say include that as well. It doesn't make any sense to me to have a rate study and need to know that from a projection standpoint as well. It seems wise to me to include that in there. So that's
Yeah, he is. Yeah, that's what he's saying. He is.
Yeah, and again, that's that was a really long answer for your yes question, but
Shane,
Yes.
I went to Texas A&M, and that shorter answer works better for the Aggies, I tell you.
Mayor, I do want to point out that very briefly that we did have the old master drainage plan that had 56 different projects on there. We actually were only able to get to 3 of them. And that's because we just didn't have the funding source as well. So really, the quantity part of it would have gone a long way for those other projects as well. Right. So now with a new one, we need that funding source still in order to make sure that 20 years down the way, we're not down just 3 projects that we've not marked off the list from over 60 projects that need to be done. So it's really important that we get that approved.
3 projects that have been done are what?
Avenue P stormwater detention, the Bell Street, right there where East Angelo Draw comes over Bell Street. We've raised the height there, and we've cleaned some of that up so we don't have the overflooding in there. It's still East Angelo Draw in its whole is still an issue, but we have cleaned up the one at Bell Street, and then also at Southwest by the McDonald's in Councilman Miller's district. So.
Wouldn't College Hills also be one of those?
College Hills will be one. It will as we get it completed. Well, and again, we're helping it. We're not curing it. So I just want to make sure that we know that we're not. It's
flooding is a result of rain, right?
Yes.
So that's our biggest issue, and we should be praying for rain, and that's really our biggest challenge, right?
It is.
So,
It is our biggest
and one of
challenge.
the biggest flooding areas has been College Hills.
Yes,
I mean,
and
so-
we are in the design on that is we have a lot of underground stormwater boxes that are going in from all the way from the loop, all the way to the South Fork of the Arroyo. And so we will see that the capacity, that added capacity there will hold a 25-year event below ground. So the majority of the events that we see, these little 1-inch rains, 1.5-inch rains that we see, we should be able to hold the majority of that in those boxes underground. We are always going to see some overtopping of College Hills at the Arroyo. We just can't raise the road high enough there without having to completely redo the roads in both directions for quite a long ways. And so, and again, I don't know that we could ever quite get College Hills high enough and not cause issues further downstream. So
I would assume at some point too, Foster Road, and I think we may have seen another spot on Foster Road, Patrick, you and I, when we met out there when it was raining so hard that day, but we may have two issues on Foster Road. The low water area we've known about for a good while, but then the one right there in front of the DPS right there.
All right, further questions on the Stormwater Fund? All right, moving on to the Solid Waste Fund.
Primary source of revenue for the solid waste fund is user fees, which were structured to fund the eventual permitting of a new landfill site. Excuse me. Other there also includes interest, the contract fees, and the billing and collection fees.
All right, in every one of these funds that we've just gone over, stormwater, solid waste, the water fund, and the water reclamation fund, there is increases on every one of them for personnel. You want to talk about the personnel increases in all four of these funds? Dollars.
I'll get the water, you get the other. On the water and the water reclamation funds, the majority of those, well, about half of that, 50% of that, those increases are the benefits side of it, to where they've increased there. I did, on the water side, I did increase a little bit of overtime in a couple of accounts, and I increased a couple of part-time for the meter replacement program, so I did add a little money in there. But the majority of that increase in the water and water reclamation is in the on the other half of it that was not the benefit side of it was due to basically certification pay of our employees. When our employees get licensed, when they get a water license or a wastewater license, once they go to school and they get trained and educated, then we will give them a 5% increase for that certification. And I had, between that and CDL, new CDL, people receiving their CDLs and coming on a CDL pay, I had 28 employees that received certification pay and CDL pay this year. So,
Right.
and so that's where we see the increases on that side for the majority of it. So,
When they get those certifications and we pay for that, is there expectation in terms of their length of employment with us, so they don't get the certifications and leave within 60 days, or how do we work that?
no, we don't have any contractual obligations for any of those, but we do. And the majority, like I said, the majority of these are either water licenses or reclamation licenses, and so I think only 2, maybe 3 of those were actually CDL pays, but the rest of those were those licenses. But again, those and they can leave, and we do see that. We've seen a couple of operators on the especially our treatment side. We've seen a couple of them move to bigger markets in the metropolitan areas where they can make substantially more money. But again, we have to. Those guys have to have those certifications for us to even operate. So again, we have to make sure that we keep those certifications.
Mayor, if I may, speaking to what Shane referenced for the benefits, there was a $100,000 increase in the water fund that was related to TMRS, which is our retirement system, and so that was reflective of an increase to our contribution rate. And the same for the water reclamation, that was $30,000.
When you say contribution rate, did we increase that rate, or what?
TMRS is our retirement system, and we contribute amount annually to cover the amount for the employee's retirement. That rate increased from, let me see, I have it here. Oh, it's in my notes. from 16.91% to 17.65%, and that's the amount that the city contributes for employee retirement. So that slight increase is what impacts the benefits increase as well.
Is our percent towards retirement in line with what all other cities do, or are we higher than other cities?
Michael, do you want to answer that? You've been involved with TMRS.
The rate we pay is based on the benefits we adopt and the actuarially determined rate that should be paid based on our experience. The benefits we have for cities our size are a little lower probably than most cities our size, but our rate is high in the ballpark compared to those cities. But it has to do with our experience as a city, how many people actually come and stay versus how many leave early. The principle associated with the rate is it's generally 2 to 1. Years ago, 15 years ago, they were making an assumption about behavior that wasn't bearing out as true, and so we're playing a little catch-up, and that's why we contribute a little more than 2 to 1.
The reason I also ask, and it's certainly something we can get into in another conversation, but as we were interviewing some individuals over the past few months, what we saw was that relative to what we contribute to retirement was substantially almost double what that person's city was contributing to their retirement.
There are options to, we have adopted a 2 to 1 option. There are options to contribute on a 1 to 1 or 1.5 to 1 basis. And there are cities out there that do that, generally smaller cities.
We'll discuss that further as we go down the road. Okay, so with that, do we have any, now's the time to have any last comments or questions for Shane as it relates to water projects related areas? Okay, there seem to be none, so Shane, Patrick, see you tomorrow.
Trick gets to go unscathed.
Thank y'all. I just wanted to.
Today.
Well, now just hang on a second.
That's what I've heard all day. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
You all want a break? You want,
Oh,
keep going?
let's go.
We'll do the airport.
You want a break? Yeah. Why do you ask? Lucy, you need to go?
Well, Tommy shook his head yes.
Oh, do you want a break?
I'm good.
Okay.
All right, airport. You're on, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you need a break?
Okay, so the primary revenue source for the airport fund continues to be lease income. Leases are down a little this year due to the Border Patrol hangars. They're required to have a fire suppression system, and I think that's still in process right now. And so they're still at the old rates until that project can be completed. There's also a slight decrease in concessions from the restaurants.
Jeremy, I think the first topic we want to go over is the status of the runways and where we're at on that, the extension of the runway, the hangar projects, and any updates on our ability to put out an RFP and get responses.
Good morning, Mayor, council staff. Glad to be here today. And good question. I'm not going to be at the council meeting tomorrow, but in the following council meeting, I'll be bringing a recommendation to reject the bids that we received for the project because they were 100% over our engineer's estimate. We were able to secure some grants in the announcement. We actually didn't apply yet, but we got the announcement from Congress that we were able to secure the grants. But the FAA is not willing to go 100% over the engineer's estimate for that project. So we did put the project out twice for the runway project and the taxi lane project. The first time we got no bidders. We used FAA grade asphalt. FAA was not willing to give us a mod for the asphalt. FAA asphalt's a very tight spec and it's hard to get in West Texas. So if one bidder doesn't put in on it, then the price goes up for additional batch plants to be brought in. So we were not able to get asphalt. We rebid the project out for concrete under the FAA's approval, and we got one bidder that was extremely high. So that project is on delay, mostly driven by the FAA and funding availability. We've been working with the FAA and TxDOT to try and get a mod on the asphalt. It's not looking good right now because there is no TxDOT spec that actually meets FAA standards. What TxDOT airports are using is the FAA standard. So that's been a challenge for asphalt. We've been working closely with some of the local contractors and some of the not-so-local contractors to get our project at least bid out. So we're working with the FAA now to at least do the taxi lane project. That's that AIG money. I don't want to lose that AIG money. I'm worried that the FAA could take that money and put it towards another project. I'd like to get that project bid out so we can get the south taxi lane built. So our goal, in working with my engineers, is in the next 6 weeks to hopefully get that project back out on the street. And again, we're working with some of the local bidders to get that project done. The Runway 927 project, as you know, we tied those two projects in together. We're looking to push that out to the next year's grant because we're seeking discretionary money from the FAA, which is not the traditional entitlement money. So we need the FAA to support us on that project, and that's going to be within the next fiscal year.
So what do you need help from us on? Because obviously those projects are really important to us in terms of the development of the airport. And the question mark is, what can we do to help push that? What can we do to try to make that thing happen?
We need bidders. I think the city's been very supportive, working with finance and with Michael and with you, Mayor, to at least secure the funding that we need, even considering inflation. I think we budgeted for it and we did a good job with it. And FAA also budgeted for it and did a good job with it. But at the end of the day, I don't have bidders. So whatever you can do to help get, especially the locals involved, to get the project done. And we had really tight specs. The duration was 110 days because we had to close both runways at one point. And so we made the scope really tight. And it scared a lot of the contractors off, just to be honest. So we're going to expand the scope a little bit. We're going to do some additional phasing so we can entice more bidders. But that's my real problem right now, Mayor, is I have no bidders.
Okay, so you're going to relook at what the qualifications and the project is to figure out if you can broaden it on multiple levels, because I hear on several different issues, there's issues. And make it a little more enticing for someone to make a bid.
Sure, and when I first started here, my FAA project manager called it the San Angelo effect, and I didn't understand it until I got to this project, but it is a challenge for sure, being in West Texas, to get FAA spec mix.
And everyone has to live by those specs?
Everybody has to live by the specs if we're using federal dollars, yes.
And if we don't use federal dollars, what's the cost?
Not to tip our hat too much, but the runway project's going to exceed $10 million. The South Taxi Lane project would exceed $5 million. Now, when you take the FAA portion out of it, I don't know what that does to the cost, but it would reduce it. I don't know if it's significant enough, but it would reduce the cost.
And if we didn't use their money and chose to do it ourselves, would we be able to change the specs?
We
that
could.
would entice more people to look at the project?
We could. We would just need to find a spec that's going to hold a Gulfstream 500. We need to.
Does concrete do that?
Concrete would do it for sure. Yep, concrete will do it. And actually, we were able to get bidders with the FAA spec concrete. Concrete's not hard to meet the spec. It's the asphalt. FAA grade asphalt is very hard to meet the spec.
Who makes it?
The asphalt?
Yeah, that asphalt that you specifically have to have.
Any contractor can make it. The problem is what the contractor has to do is they have to shut the plant down. They have to completely sterilize the plant, and then they got to make the FAA stuff. So what it does is it puts every other project that contractor's working on hold until our portion's done. We were doing it in 6 phases, so they would shut the plant down for our phase 1, and And then they could open it back up to mass production while we were preparing for phase 2. And then they'd have to shut down and sterilize again. So it was problematic in many aspects.
Do you not do it in one big, instead of 6 partials, so they would shut it down one time?
We could, but what we would have to do is close all of our runways for 110 days instead of phasing it out.
Shut you down, Tom. That probably won't
What does
work.
that do to your budget, Jeremy, if you shut down both runways for 110 days? Does that just blow your budget to pieces?
American Airlines wouldn't like you very much, so we'll start with that.
Yeah, I mean, it would hurt for sure. And it would just depend on what council would approve. A lot of airports, when they do that, they give a reduction to the lease revenue as well because the tenants are not able to conduct business. So you've got Border Patrol, which would not be able to do their operations. L3 Vertex would not be able to do their operations. So more than just a budgetary, it's a very critical infrastructure for our community and really for the nation, for national security.
I was going to say, we might have some national security issues too. Yeah. It's probably not smart.
Questions from council?
No, I mean, so I talked to Jeremy this morning, but it's just trying to find bidders. You and I have had that talk, and it's trying to fit the spec. But so, does Midland, Lubbock, Abilene, they run into the same issues? I mean, is there a way to campaign if we went and said, you know what, Abilene needs to redo a runway, Midland needs to redo a runway, Lubbock, whatever, if we could campaign 3 or 4 of those at the same time, then that might be something that would entertain a bidder. I don't even know if you've made that call, and that's a hard thing to coordinate, though.
We've made that call. Each one of those cities kind of has their own local contractor, as we have our own local contractor. And they've done the same, where they've had to reach out to some outlying contractors to try and get the work done. But with the amount of work that's going on right now, airports are kind of put on the back burner. And it's a national problem. It's not just here. And the FAA recognizes it, and they've put some legislation into the FAA appropriations bill to try and get more funding for airports, some incentive money, so we can entice the contractors to come and do airport work instead of some of the other projects that are going on. But it is a national problem. It's not just localized.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Further questions for Jeremy? Comments? More information? Talk about the planes and on-planes. How are we doing in terms of filling the planes?
We are filling the planes. Americans bringing in the 175 aircraft. It's the larger aircraft. Our seating capacity has not declined, but our frequency has declined. If you remember, prior to COVID, we had 6 flights a day. There was lots of options, lots of availability to get in and out of San Angelo. With the pilot shortage, we're down to 3 flights a day. Again, we're bringing in the larger airplanes, and the airplanes are going out at anywhere between, the morning flight usually goes out between 90 to 100% capacity. The afternoon flight drops down to about 60%, and the evening flight is kicking up again into the 90% range. So the enplanements are pretty steady. They've declined just slightly, but they're picking back up.
And
I got a
go
question.
ahead. Yes, Tom?
Jeremy, is there any negotiation with American on when those flights can come in? I mean, if they can move the morning flight, I mean, a 5 a.m. departure it's painful. Not only me, but I've heard it from other people. And then also that flight that gets in, it might be in on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, whether it gets here at 11:58 or 12:03, So, I mean, is there a way to tighten that up? And that may not even be our call. I think it'd be better for our citizens if we could move that to a 6 a.m. Just saying.
It's a discussion we can have. I have had that discussion. If we really want it to happen, I need to bring one of you with me. It's American Airlines corporate office. But the station manager has also brought that issue up with them. The 5 o'clock flight, they have seen a benefit. When I say they, it's American Airlines in a whole, because they were able to get an additional flight or additional bank into DFW. So DFW added the bank. That means you get to the East Coast a whole lot sooner, and you get to the West Coast before your early morning start. So
It's about connecting.
It's about connecting, that's right. And they're experimenting with that bank right now. I don't know if they're going to make it official yet, but the November, I believe it's the November, and maybe the October flights, we're starting to see the 6 o'clock come back and not the 5 o'clock. So with that additional bank, I think they're going to keep the 5 o'clock just because it has been successful on their national projections.
Well, if you want to get somewhere, You can get there plenty early.
You can.
Okay, further
Mr. Blake.
questions?
No.
No? Okay, thank you, Jeremy. All right, Costa DC Economic Development, Michael, you're on.
So here, of course, the main source of revenue is the Type B sales tax, 28% of which is allocated to economic development initiatives. Staff is proposing sales tax at a 5% decrease from projected year-end, as we have in years past, and then we'll update this as appropriate to correlate with the general fund's projections, of course. Other here also includes interest and rent. And that's it for revenue for that fund.
Do we make any interest off of the BRC, I mean, any rent income off of the BRC?
Very little.
Is there potential there? Because we pay the overhead.
Not under the current policies, no.
How
We
would we
try to
change
keep the rents low for the incubator because those are fledgling operations that are struggling to grow. We do have one on a temporary basis that's in there right now that could afford to pay market rents. They're a former incubator client who just needed a temporary location. The biggest tenant is the SBDC, and they're really a partner organization. I think we charge them $1 a year or something like that, and they help administer programs that are beneficial to the local business community.
What's the P&L on that building?
Pardon me?
What's the P&L on that building?
We don't run a separate one on the building alone. The building is part of the overall COSA DC program.
Can we look at that? I mean,
We can.
I think we should. I mean, it's overhead, it's cost. Costs continue to increase. I think we need to be looking at what's the cost of operating that facility.
Sure.
Doesn't mean we'll change anything, but I think we need to know what it is and better understand, just like we do all these other categories of business, what's the cost? What's the overhead? Because I'm sure, like in many of these other areas, those costs increase.
You're right, they are. A
keep
particular
picking
note
up.
right now, we've got an elevator repair associated with a storm, an electrical surge that occurred during a storm. And elevators are just crazy right now.
They're expensive to have, required but expensive. But we need to be looking at the overhead of that building. Look at what it is that we might do to better improve the deficiencies that exist there.
Are you wanting to reduce the costs or increase the revenue?
What I think in all cases, you look at both. What would be the game plan? And it could be a piece of both of those. But I think to continue to operate that building, there's a lot of square footage there not in use. And I think if we're going to continue to operate that building, we need to understand what it costs us to operate it. And we might say, okay, that's okay. That's a cost we're willing to absorb. But I think we need to know it. I think we need to understand it.
You know, put a little something together that isolates those costs and revenues?
I'm sure we can
Sounds
do
good.
that.
Okay, questions for Michael on the Costa DC Economic Development statistics as presented here?
Mayor,
Yes,
I've got a couple.
yes.
Michael, I noticed future projects increased budget 475,000.
Yes, sir.
So do we have, I'm not asking specifics, but do we have projects that we know are forthcoming? Because my brain's turning here because I've got a pet. But you have specific commitments for that 475?
Councilman, the way that budget line works is that is where all the money goes that's not budgeted for something else. In other words, the 2073 that you see on that line is not because there are specific projects that add up to that total. That's what's left over after we have budgeted for the other items, and everything else goes into that future projects line. So we try to maximize that line by increasing revenue and decreasing expenses in other areas, because that's where we feel like, well, that's where incentive monies will ultimately be paid from.
Okay, that gives me hope. The response gives me hope. It will come as no surprise to the council that one thing that's near and dear to my heart is BREP. I feel some close kinship with that just because of my close involvement with that when I was on the Development Corporation. It's been a while since we have seen any projects for BREP, and we used to see a $5,000 for a new piece of equipment or $7,500 for helping with this or that for a local business. It would be my hope, since that money is available, as you just described, that we could have some increased activity in BREP. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that we work closely with the chamber on BREP projects. That falls under one of their scope of services.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I would be willing to offer not that it would mean anything, but just to have a conversation about concentration. If SBA is correct that 75 to 80%, and even if it's not that high, of our new jobs are created from our local existing business, it would be my contention that we need to have a specific idea in mind how we're going to help local existing business. I'd be willing to have that conversation if that's something that you could facilitate. So I would hope part of that we could be using over the course of the next budget year for future projects for local existing business.
May I ask, based off of that, and based off of the future projects, which is the 23-24, where are we on the airport project? Because we have put some substantial monies aside for that airport project outside of the runways, which brings up one question, Jeremy, that I will have in a minute, and that is about parking. So meanwhile, can you talk about, because we've put aside, I think, huge dollars, and we're very delayed on that project. I think we need an update on where we're at on that project, because we've lost rental income based off of pulling one building offline in preparation for these investments. Where are we? And what are we waiting for? Because we all need to know.
Well, I don't have all the details, but in short, when that Skyline contract was signed, they began paying rent. So we've recovered that part of it. They are also working on those early steps associated with a large construction project, and we received one of the steps in the contract is to send us your plans before you start the work. And we received demolition plans, I think last week or the week before, and they're working on getting a permit for that. And so Bob is reviewing those, and I believe he sent a letter in response, giving his comments.
Well, it's not on the agenda for tomorrow, so I don't expect it to be discussed tomorrow. But what I do want in the next city council meeting, an update on that project, because it's very, very delayed from when we first started this conversation. And I think we, as a council, need an update and understand where we're at and what to anticipate in terms of all of this happening, which is the reason I've asked Jeremy to come forward again. Because a part of that project is parking, correct? Is that correct?
The rental car parking.
The rental car parking, moving it, which moves, and then there's some issues with short-term and long-term parking and whether we're going to start charging for parking. All of that conversation is kind of all tied into that, if I'm not mistaken. So we really need an update on that and the ability to sort of understand what we need to do as a council in addressing some of the issues that come up with that. And have we found another rental car company?
No.
Forgot to ask that.
No, we're still negotiating with one, but I am happy to announce that Avis has made some changes. They have new management out there, and we've seen a significant improvement in their service. But we are
Any
still.
more cars? That doesn't sound good.
No, we haven't seen a big increase in vehicles yet, but they're working closely with Midland to try and move some of those assets down. But we are negotiating with 2 other rental car agencies now to try and get those counters back operational.
Okay, so, yes, Tom?
On those rental car agencies, is there what, the most common one we have is a one-way? To me, that when I get the phone call, it's, well, the plane got canceled, I was trying to get a one-way to DFW or to Love, or a one-way from DFW back here. To me, those are the ones that hit the radar. The existing, I would think the existing companies cover what's going on here fairly well, probably within 80-90%,
No.
not even close with.
You can talk to the American Airline personnel out there, and they say one of the biggest issues and complaints they have is passengers who fly in and have no transportation to the hotels. And at one point, we talked about conceptually having a van that did a hotel run, like in
Right.
larger cities, vans do a whole hotel run, and since we have a hotel corridor, anyway, if those folks could come together and find a way to support some of that. But no, there's an issue, and the American Airlines staff will tell you there's an issue.
Well, the most vocal constituent in my district, who shares my house, I mean, she was trying to get a one-way Wednesday night. I mean, she got diverted from Colorado Springs to Fort Smith, then to Longview, and then finally got into Dallas. Supposed to be here to teach the next day, and that couldn't be a problem that was, only with her. There had to be several, but I was just trying to find a one-way.
Yeah, and it's not just airport users. You get a lot of the military from Goodfellow Air Force Base that the military will fly to get you here, and then once you graduate, you're on your own, and so they'll do a one-way out of here with the rental cars.
So in other words, it's still an ongoing problem.
It is.
There's not a necessarily easy fix, but we need to think outside the box and see if we can't help support you and the airport in addressing those issues. And so if you need help, there's 7 of us up here.
Sure.
We'll help you. I don't know that we can do any good, but we can at least be very vocal.
Lucy to other airports.
All right, Jeremy, I don't know if I'm done with you yet, but you can go back to your seat. Thank you. All right, Michael, continue with the conversation. All right, so we know not tomorrow, but the next city council meeting, which will be in September, we will have an update on the airport projects.
Yep, that project is in Skyline's hands.
Yeah, so but we need that presentation, please. And then, Tom, I think that there's another one that's a future project that you want to talk about, and that is your park, right?
Which one?
The 29th Street, right?
Right, and is Al here? Al, can you give an update on 29th Street right quick? I think we're moving on. I mean, to me, it's painfully slow, and you've given me reasons why it's painfully slow.
Yes, sir, and the
Just-
drawing.
Just a minute, just before you go,
Okay.
and this one's on me, okay? It's not on you, but I didn't stay on top of it, but it's drug on for years, and I campaigned on this. Several of us did, and now that window is getting short. I'd at least like to see, some progress.
Yes, sir, the drawings are complete. The contractor, I'm negotiating with him right now on a price, and then we should have it at the next council meeting.
So is it a local contractor
Yes.
or?
So an RFP's
It's
gone out?
It's a job order contracting process.
Similar to the buy board, right?
Correct, so similar to buy board. It's a company called Gordian. They're an international company, and they have local contractors that they contract with.
About-
So we're going that route. And it
And the
should be
big
on
one has just been the bridge, right?
Yes, sir. Right now, that was the holdup. We were trying to get it on this last council meeting, but he's having trouble getting the price on the pedestrian bridge finalized and on the restroom. He couldn't get them in time for this last meeting, so.
And I'll just throw out this personal opinion to the members on the board. It's extremely.
Or to the public?
Yeah, and to the
because-
public,
yeah.
but the reason it's very painful for people that we have even given tiers money to that have a manufacturing facility within 200 yards of the damn river won't even bid our pedestrian bridge, all right? And I just, to me, that's painful. I'm sorry you've heard that, and they may have the reasons, but I'm just like, you wouldn't even have to do anything except move it right over there 200 yards. And I just,
Do we need 7 people to campaign on that?
I don't know. It's just, it's heartbreaking. I mean, it really is when you see what that could do and how it could link those two together and what it could provide for a community. There's a whole part over there that goes unused. I don't know how many acres that is, and we've looked at it, but that whole thing could just be really cool. And it's something that we just can't get it together because of a bridge that could be made 300 yards away. And they get tiers money too. So anyway, I get it. Sorry, off my soapbox.
Okay, so those are 2 projects that I know compose this pretty significant piece of the future projects on there. So I guess we've just gotten an update on that one. We'll get an update on the airport and other questions from council.
Michael,
Yes, Larry.
if you can facilitate.
Just a minute, Larry has raised his hand.
I was just curious about the decrease in the personnel expenditures. That's 20% less than the previous year. Is there some good news about that?
Well, last
We
budget
were
season,
staff-heavy.
we had 4 full-time personnel plus 1 that was supported through the chamber agreement. We've had some turnover, and one of those 4 positions, they also asked for another position last season. Those positions, some of those positions have turned over, and there's one of them that we do not plan to refill. And so
Not necessary.
we're going to try to move with 1 fewer full-time position, and we don't think that's going to be a problem.
You're
So
very
you don't
staff-heavy.
feel understaffed then, correct?
We do at times today, when they have a busy day and it's just Bob and Nora and a part-time me, it can be stressful at times, but on a day-to-day basis, they're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
So,
All right, Tommy, you wanted to say
One
something?
one more plug for
You bet.
Brett, Michael. I really would like to see us get moving on that again. We used to see projects over the past 6 years fairly regularly, so I would like to see that moving again. Whatever I can do to help facilitate that, I'm willing to do. So you can take that and run with it and do what you need
I'll tell
to.
you what we need to do is, because Michael Looney has taken on, or Chamber has taken on the BREP program, we should have them present at our next meeting, not tomorrow, but the following, their update on BREP
Plans for future.
plans and what they're doing currently and what they plan to do, because they've owned that now.
Well, if we need to meet with them offline to have that conversation, and then whatever, I'm willing to be a participant to the extent I would be helpful. So
we appreciate the support, and we have had a little bit of chatter lately about BREP, and we've talked about the possibility of actually dedicating some funds for a campaign to support the Chamber's activity to recruit BREP participants. And I think just a conversation with
Phone
key.
calls work, you know?
in the
Conversation with the
old
key-
days, Mayor, when it was under Costa DC, we had people making calls to
My point,
businesses.
phone calls
Yes,
work.
I am in direct sales. Phone
Yes.
calls do work. Knocking on doors does work. We have 40 or 50 SIC code, NAICS codes that qualify. We know what those codes are. Let's
Sounds
have a
good.
campaign.
Sounds like a BREP presentation from the Chamber
Yeah,
is
okay.
where we want to start.
Anyway,
Okay, and then Karen has a question or comment.
I think there are those listening that would like an explanation of how that program works, what that program is and how it works.
Yeah, define, because we say BREP, Business Retention Expansion Program is what BREP stands for, just for everyone. And it has been, it's the old 80-20 thing. 80% of your increases are going to come from 20% of your existing businesses. Growth is going to come from 80% of your 20% of your existing businesses. And so what we want to do is make sure that we have done the work, made the phone calls to ensure that BREP is a program that we are benefiting and that our business community is benefiting
For
from.
people right here in San Angelo that contribute to the economy on a daily basis, that make this engine hum here, that's who it benefits.
Correct.
We ought to have people lined up knocking on our door wanting, that are in the qualifying NAICS. Either they don't know about it or whatever. So, there's lots we can do. And we're not talking huge projects at all, $5,000-$10,000 projects. They're not big projects, but it can mean all the difference in the world to a business. So,
Well, the question mark would be then, as you say that, Tommy, every year, twice a year, once a year, we have the program where we select and give, I think the plan is $80,000, and we pick first, second, and third place winners. And the question mark is going beyond that program, going beyond the new business proposals. If we need to think outside the box and come up with something that might work better, because it's an old program, it might be a program that needs to be revised in a different way, different format, but that's for another day. But let's get an update. Okay. Now, on the Costa DC ballot, I think some of what we've just discussed has been covered in that, but we want to go through each of those line items to make sure we are thoroughly knowledgeable about these. And one would be the affordable housing. It's budgeted. We spent all that. We spent we have $335,000. I know that in that ballot, it was a much larger number. Can we be updated in terms of what that ballot dollar amount was, what it has been spent on, and what the target for spending this money is?
I can tell you that the amount budgeted annually is $335,000, and that is per the ballot language, that it was supposed to be ongoing. And there's a sunset, I believe it's 2030 on that
I think
program?
it was 30 years, Tina.
2040 then,
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I thought the
30 years.
sunset went away,
just on that program.
just on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Just on that one project.
Yes. So they're allocated that amount every year. About $30,000 of that goes to administration costs, and the remainder goes to affordable housing initiatives. In some years, they aren't able to spend it all, and in that case, we roll it over into the next fiscal year. And a good example is this year, they had about $500,000, a little more than that they had available for use, and they are working to spend that. They came to the Development Corporation Board a couple meetings ago, I think, to request to use about $200,000 for, I guess it was a Blitz-type program.
A Blitz-style program.
Yeah. So they are actively using that, and again, if they don't, then they get to carry it over into the following year for use.
In addition to that, Mayor, we are ready to have, one of the goals for the next several months is to have begin a conversation about what should that affordable housing program look like moving forward. Is what we've been doing the most effective way to utilize that money, or should we consider an alternative or a different way to?
Yeah, sometimes it looks like what we do is put Band-Aids on the problem and not get creative about what we could do. All right, on the water, almost $700,000, you want to talk about what that water project is?
So that is the money that is transferred to the water fund to support long-term water supply projects. $498,000 of that is related to the Fort Stockton water rights. The other $200,000 is related to West Texas Water Partnership. We usually don't use that entire $200,000, but we've been budgeting that for the last several years in the case that we have expenditures come up associated with that partnership.
We need to have a conversation about the West Texas Water Partnership.
Mayor, we have a new city manager who came on board in Midland, Tommy Gonzalez. We do have a meeting scheduled with the city manager on September 15th to really get the talks moving again. We've been a little bit on hold because of that transition. But once we get that meeting done, I'd be more than happy to update you all the council members and the city as far as where we are on that. But again, we have been a little bit on hold until he came into office. Right now, he's moving his family, and as I mentioned, he'll be ready to go by that date.
Fully versed?
Well, he's
on
he's
it.
been given time, and of course, the other city manager, Robert Hanna, and Abilene, myself, that's one of the reasons why we want to make sure we meet and we talk about the history of the West Texas Partnership, what it means to all three communities as far as helping to save on bringing bringing water to San Angelo, Midland, and Abilene. We just want to make sure that we have a good discussion. I think that there's been a lot of changeover in the city council there in Midland. So there's a lot going on, dynamics that we need to make sure that we get resolved. I know Abilene and San Angelo, we're in a good place moving forward with what needs to be done. We just need clarification and make sure that we're working really well with Midland, and Midland's working well with us. So we'll be working on that to make that happen.
All right, further questions from council? Harry, do you have a question or comment you'd like to add?
No, I'm just a little wondering exactly what operations and maintenance are under this particular ballot item.
That's almost entirely due to debt service on the ballot projects that were approved by the voters, as well as transfer to the water debt service fund to support the long-term water supply debt issues.
So how many projects do we still have out there outside of water and housing?
They've all been fully funded, but we are still paying the debt service on some of those ballot projects.
Including water is the major one.
2.9 million of it is related to water supply.
Okay, yes. Okay, so at this point, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Hotel occupancy fund conversation for today. Tina, you want to lead that conversation first, and then we'll move into the specific entities.
Yes, ma'am. So FY24 hotel occupancy tax revenues are being proposed at FY23 projected year end, less a 5% decrease. And so that's how we're budgeting for that at about $2.8 million. So here you'll see that's a slight increase from the previous fiscal year, as well as an increase in interest income.
You want to talk about how current we are on everyone paying their hotel tax? And what we're doing about STRs and making sure we create a separate account for them, and that we're specifically pulling away from the total hot tax money, those revenues from the STRs.
We do not break out STRs from total hotel occupancy tax revenue. We could add a line item for
Yes.
that.
We need that.
Okay.
Very
I'll make sure
specifically
we-
need that.
we'll
Whether
make
it's
a note of
called
that.
Airbnb, STR, Vimo, whatever the language is, anything that's not specifically with a flagged hotel or a non-flagged hotel.
Okay.
We
I don't think
need
that should be a problem. We should be able to do that.
create a separate category for that.
And so we are in the process of an STR audit right now, and so we expect to have.
We've been in that process. When's the deadline on getting that? Because
Ryan,
this
do
has
you
been an
know?
ongoing conversation.
Put Ryan on the spot, my assistant finance director, Ryan Gaddy.
Good morning, Ryan Gaddy, Assistant Finance Director. Yeah, the STR audit, we got it, we kicked it off back in like the March timeframe, but we've had difficulty contacting some of the owners, the unit owners, because the address that we had on file is not consistent with where they're receiving their mail. So we've had to go through a second mailing, but that we expect that once they receive those, that the process will pick up. And we should be complete probably in the fourth quarter or the first quarter of the next fiscal
Finish
year.
this fiscal year. Let's make that a deadline.
And right now, you know, the short-term rental units, the contribution to the hotel occupancy tax is pretty small relative to the $2.9 million.
Well, of course it is. It still
Yeah.
needs to be a separate line item, and we need to track it, because we have seen tremendous amount of STR requests in our planning commission meetings. And of course, they only pay if they're occupied, but we have to be able to have some ability to track when they're occupied. Because if an STR only has one rental a month, how do you track that? I mean, it's a cumbersome project, but we need to figure out the game plan for tracking that and keeping on top of it. Because anyway, yes, we need to do that.
We can do that. Yep. Okay. Any other questions on this slide?
Do you keep track of total number of hotel rooms that exist?
I do not, but I know that's something that the DMO tracks.
So total number of hotel rooms available. Okay. And does that, the question, well, we'll ask it later. Okay. Any other questions about the line item of hotel occupancy tax anticipated in 23-24 budget line? Go ahead, Lucy.
Tina, what's the external partners? What is?
It's the list that we'll have on the next slide.
All the people who
entities
get
that
money.
we remit hotel occupancy tax revenue funds to.
At the end of these presentations, Tina, will you have a total dollar amount of expected interest income that we will get this year compared to last year?
You mean citywide? I don't have that today, but I can definitely bring that back
Yeah.
when we do general fund, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay,
That'll be fine.
sure.
Okay. All right, the first person on then is San Angelo Performing Arts Center.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, staff. It's Yuki Kuniyuki with the San Angelo Performing Arts Center. We're really pleased to receive the hotel occupancy tax funds from the city. It helps us broaden our reach across Texas. You've been receiving our annual reports since we opened, and we consistently reach audiences down to Del Rio and a lot of audiences in El Dorado, Sonora, and we've been working hard to reach out to audiences in Brady, San Saba, Brownwood, Ballinger, people within driving distance that can come see our shows. This past year, we were very excited when we received people from Houston to come see some of our shows in the Performing Arts Center at the Murphy Performance Hall in City Hall. Because that led to hotel stays and visiting other attractions in San Angelo. In fact, our upcoming John Waite concert, we've got some guests coming in from Houston, and we're excited about that. And San Angelo Broadway Academy's last performance of Phantom of the Opera had people drive in from Houston to see it now, and because they wanted to, it was on their bucket list of shows to see, and San Angelo Broadway Academy put on a great performance. And one thing that we're noticing is that commitment to the arts is really important. I try to stay abreast of all the other cities around our region in West Texas to see how they're funding the arts. One thing I did notice in Abilene is that the city of Abilene went into contract with ASM Global. ASM Global now runs their convention center. In the next year, I predict that the city of Abilene will have 4 to 6 Broadway shows competing in our market because ASM Global is an international venue management company, and they have a contract with the city for the next 7 years to support that programming. The really important thing to know about this is ASM Global also manages the Wagner Noel Performing Arts Center in Midland, Odessa, and Buddy Holly Hall up in Lubbock, Texas. So they're expanding their reach, and we'll probably see more entertainment come through West Texas. On the one hand, it's good for us because it means that shows may see us as another location in their tour route through Texas. But again, it also may impact us in the future. Just want to bring that to council's attention because the arts are an evolving market in Texas, and they bring in $6 billion to the state economy every year based on the Texas Cultural Trust's art impact on the economy assessment. So we really appreciate the funding because it helps us compete regionally. In fact, we've got working relationships with national promoters such as Outback Presents, AG Presents, Awakenings Events, and now we have 2 international ballet companies that are looking at our venue for performances. So on on the one hand, is really good for us because San Angelo is getting noticed in West Texas, and we're also often the first place that these companies come on their tour. So that bodes well for us, I think, in the long run. But I just want to make the city council aware of how everything is evolving because it is a dynamic place. And the more funding we can get for the arts, the better. Because if we want the best quality of life here in San Angelo, I think investment in the arts is a good place to start. Thank you. Any questions?
How do we differentiate ourselves with that if obviously perceived additional competition from other cities? How do we differentiate ourselves for what we offer that makes us stand out?
I think it's going to become more difficult. The best thing that we have is the audience that we reach to the southwest, down to Del Rio. There's no other facility like ours within that area. So we can, if we target our marketing in those areas that are underserved and don't have arts centers like San Angelo, that I think we benefit from that. We may lose some of the audience that we used to be getting from Abilene in the last couple of years. And what I've seen is like Buddy Holly Hall, for example, they've completed their first season in Lubbock, and they brought in Hamilton, right? For us to bring in Hamilton would be a multi-year project to make sure that it works for that company. So I know a lot of San Angelans who want to see Hamilton because there's an opportunity, and West Texans like to drive. But people can save money locally in this area if they come see us at our facilities, and that's, I think, one of the benefits for us.
What would be something unique that will be on the agenda this coming season that everyone should know about?
Well, we've got a lot of upcoming shows with national promoters. We have a show coming up with Corey Asprey through Awakenings Events. They brought in Zach Williams back at the start of July, and that was almost a sellout crowd. We're working with Outback Presents for some other performances. I can't release that yet because we're still working on the contracting for that. And then for ourselves, we've got Etta Mae and the Southern Fried Chicks coming in October 12th. That's comedy night at SAPAC. We're also working with some other Broadway-level performances to come through San Angelo. One of them is a Stomp, so we'll see them in the December timeframe. And one other great thing right now is we're working closely with Tobin Entertainment down in San Antonio. They're a promoter branch of Tobin Center, and we're seeing if we can collaborate more so that way when they start booking events, they add San Angelo to the route.
You talked about people coming from Houston. Do we have people coming from San Antonio or Austin?
We have
Because
had
Houston's much further away.
We've had some people in the past come from San Antonio, Fredericksburg area, but what's really stood out this past year was the people coming from Houston. And over the last season, we've had a lot come from Midland and Abilene for some of our shows, particularly the Glenn Miller Orchestra that we had.
Biggest challenge is selling tickets, correct? That so many people talk about nothing to do in San Angelo, and yet you all are putting on a tremendous program on an ongoing basis and don't always sell out and are very often disappointed with ticket sales. And so the biggest issue is how to get this community to stand up and support your facility and the programming that you've put out there.
Yes. Ticket sales is always going to be a difficult prospect in the modern world that we live in. It's not just awareness, it's often streaming platforms and other sources of entertainment that compete with people's time. And actually, San Angelo has, I'll just put down record since this is live, there is a ton of things in San Angelo to do. And I think that's another factor that we face is we'll have a show on a week, for example, when there's 5 or 6 other things that people can attend, like the first Saturdays at at the Chicken Farm Arts Center, second Saturdays at a Railway Museum. So there's a lot of things for people to do, and sometimes that factors in as well as the economy. People have to figure out how they make their budgets line up, and sometimes live entertainment is the first thing to go. But, we're going to continue to strive to bring the best in live entertainment to San Angelo because we sincerely believe how important it is for the quality of life and economic development here.
Well, the greatest asset you have is air conditioning and a cool venue, right? So, because live performances aren't so enjoyable in 110-degree weather. So you have one great bonus in that.
Yes, and that's really helped us with partnerships. We just partnered with the Green Apple out of Eden for concerts in our spaces. And part of that was so they could extend their season during the summer months, or actually winter months when it was climate controlled and people could come see great music in our venues.
So because we are live and it's public, what invitation are you going to give out to the citizens today that you want them to come buy tickets from?
Well, so I think a lot of people are already tracking the Amy Grant concert coming on the 26th. But I'd really like to make a plug for the San Angelo Revolution Film Festival, because that's been put on now for 3 years, an in-person film festival. And what we'd like to see is the masses come out, because it is a really great event. It showcases many of the films that we see in the Austin Revolution Film Festival. And this year, they are also premiering a film filmed here in San Angelo called Losing Lalo, and that's going to be a great event. And the great part about that is tickets are pretty cheap. And then, you know,
Affordable, nothing's cheap, it's affordable.
it's affordable. It's affordable. Yes, ma'am.
Attainable, it's attainable.
But it's, you know, I just ask people to stay in touch with us on social media, check our website out, because we do have a lot of things on the calendar. And it's not just the San Angelo Performing Arts Center, but all the local arts organizations in San Angelo are putting on some great shows.
Would it help to have because in the old days, the Cultural Affairs Group put out a community calendar, so it was very easy for all organizations to understand what was going on and to, at their best ability, plan around that.
So I think the best research source right now for community calendar is the Discover San Angelo website. It's easy to use for lots of organizations, and I know for myself, it's a great resource. When you search for things to do in San Angelo, that's the first thing that comes up. So I make it a point to advertise there as well, because that also reaches out to visitors who may not know about a Culture Affairs Council, but they do know that the city has an events website.
How do you reach Brownwood, Sonora, El Dorado, Cristoval?
The main way is we use it internet targeting, social media primarily. We focus Instagram advertisements towards young people. That's where most of our viewership is. We'll reach up to 100,000 people in this region through Instagram. And then Facebook is our older population, 35 and up. And
Oh, the older population, 35 and up? Uh-huh.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Versus the 2X, the 1.5X or 2X crowd. Sorry, Rick.
And so that's mainly because a lot of people are on their phones and interacting in social media. And we've also looked at using Nextdoor, LinkedIn, Alignable, Twitter, although Twitter isn't as wide-reaching. And we're also on TikTok. So it's an age of social media and trying to engage people as much as possible.
Questions, yes, Tom?
So you spoke just a minute ago, we're usually the initial point of a lot of these tours. Why is that? Like, we're the first place they start. Is they just start west and move east?
Well, so some start west and move east. And right now, we're one of the only presenting performing arts centers in this region. Wagner Noel, Buddy Holly Hall, and Abilene Convention Center are all going to be rental facilities. So if people want to put on a show there, it will be either sponsored by a local Cultural Affairs Council or a local promoter. So when people are looking for a Texas routing, for example, we brought in Ballet Folklorico de Los Angeles last year with Mariachi Garibaldi de Jaime Cuellar. They had a routing from west to east, starting with us, going to Irving, and then ending with Lufkin, Texas. Also with Outback Presents, when they brought in Steve-O, I think it was, they started in San Angelo and then went down to McAllen, Texas. So it's just a good routing spot right now for us, and we have a airport that helps, although some performers would like to see Southwest come through here. But
It would be seven
so
people
would we
up
all.
here, but it's not going to happen, so.
Well, that was, I was curious. I mean, you have to sit back and look at the entertainment industry. You know, your competition's not only who you talk about, it's Netflix, it's Paramount, it's all those things. you'll be
Yes,
judged.
but there aren't going to be any new programs this fall season because they're all on strike. So right now, live performance should be the best.
Right, so people will look at you and judge you by the heads that you put through that hall. You know, don't leave that memory or that behind. That's what people look at. And for us that don't understand what some of those heads are and what, groups they represent, the more you can run through there, the better. We appreciate what you're doing, and I could go in my garage and find a couple John Waite cassettes, all right, just saying. I've got a couple of those
Babies
laying
and
around.
bad English.
Yeah, I have a bad English, I've got a little soft sell, but anyway, long story short, just be as aggressive as you can. We encourage you to go.
Right, and so one of our main focus areas this coming season is to really reach out to promoters to bring in their shows, because I think that's where our future success will lie, is getting more exposure from national and international companies and promoters to bring shows to San Angelo.
And again, staying ahead of it with the perceived new competitive issues that you think coming online. The greatest thing that we have available to us is our city. And of those locations that are adding that management company, they still don't have what we have as a city. And so that's our biggest selling point. And hopefully that package is what will help you differentiate yourself from the other cities.
Yes.
And Larry, you have a question.
Just curious, is there a theme to the film festival?
So the film festival each year has had different categories. So if you are a fan of horror, action, drama, comedy, it's really 1.5 days of a variety of those shows. So if you're interested in a particular one, your general admission ticket will get you in to any show that you want. And they'll publish a schedule leading up to the event.
And that date is?
It's on the 29th and 30th of September, right after Amy Grant.
Further questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is the Destination Marketing Organization. Walt, you're on.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good to see everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all about what's going on in the Destination Marketing Organization. Despite being shorthanded, we're still in the recruitment process for the VP for DMO. It's been more complicated than I'd anticipated, but we're continuing to work with I think a very broad and inclusive search committee, and we're meeting this week to kind of reassess our approaches and how we're going to continue to work towards the fulfillment of that important position. We're not going to settle. We're going to make sure we get the best we can, and that's proving to take a little longer than we anticipated. I'd like to bring you up to speed with some of the metrics. As you all know, we're under a bonus system. We had our first meeting and installment of the metric analysis about 6 weeks ago, I imagine, and we were successful and able to get our full bonus, so that was good. I do have new statistics for the second reporting period. If we look at the metrics that we use to measure ourselves, it's simply bookings per quarter, the occupancy tax or the occupancy statistics for the hotels, and then some of the social media and web statistics. So going through those in turn. In terms of booking, if we look at our year over year, which is what we're measured on, in Q1 of 2022, we had 14 completed bookings. This year we have 31, so more than double there, against admittedly a relatively small number. In 2022, we had 66 total bookings for the entire year, and right now our year-to-date total for future bookings is 168. That's versus 66. Again, admittedly small number, but we are seeing some increase and some significant increase in terms of conventions, meetings, and events in terms of forward bookings. If we look at the hotel occupancy tax metrics, occupancy, average daily rate, and revenue per available room, we are seeing some year-over-year increases. If we look at our year-to-date as of July 30th, our occupancy is maybe 0.5% up over year, so very small increase, but a positive increase. Our average daily rate and revenue per available room are up by about 2%. So we are increasing there, and those numbers look good. And I think that's what you're seeing in terms of the increasing hotel occupancy tax intake. If we look at our social media
hotel rooms this, because we know we had one new hotel open up for sure, so total number of rooms available this year versus last year.
I heard that question earlier. I don't have that statistic right in front of me, but I can certainly get that. If we look at our social media and website statistics, in terms of total engagement across all platforms, which is how we're interpreting that metric, we have about 100% increase year over year. And that's owing to a very large overperformance, as we saw in the last reporting period, in Facebook. And as my colleague indicated, Facebook is a demographic of interest to our town. Over 35 is a focus area, and that's where we've been investing to make progress there. But we have seen fairly steady increases across most platforms. We did pull back a little in Twitter, now X, I suppose. So that's what that looks like. So again, all of the metrics look green for the second reporting period, and we will have a meeting to discuss this stuff more in depth with the committee that's been established to evaluate those.
The question, and it comes, we asked about it last time too, but the increase in the Facebook is so high. The question mark is, what are we doing different than what we were doing, because the customer engagement went from 2022 of 549% increase to quarter one of this year's 2,534% increase, which would indicate a change in strategic planning and marketing to some degree.
It's investing and boosting, and that's how you get more numbers, is that by investing and boosting various posts for various events. And that's simply, that's simply how that works. So we basically buy that, and those results are purchased through a strategic decision to invest in that platform because of the positive demographic that it addresses. If we look at some of the non-contractual metrics from 2022 to 2023, these are provided by the state. Spending on travel year over year is up 10%. Employment year over year is up 7.5%. Earnings year over year is up 13%. And total tax revenue for both state and local is up 6.3% year over year. And these came directly from Austin. So these are the most current I have. I'm hoping to get some more current very shortly. But all those also look positive. I will say we're not to pre-COVID numbers yet. There's a number of kind of structural market issues at work. Short-term business travel has dropped off dramatically across the entire world, and that's a gap that we continue to see here in San Angelo. Weekend bookings are strong. During the week, bookings still are not where they were pre-COVID. So that's one of the challenges of the DMOs, to try to figure out how to put more heads in beds during the week, and we're certainly looking at ways to achieve that. So that's one of the gaps we see, but we are very pleased to see the weekend travels up, and if you look at year over year or pre-COVID, we're approaching, at least for the weekends, near pre-COVID levels. So I think some of the things we're doing is working. We certainly need to focus and continue to focus, and it's one of the things that we're recruiting against as far as when we're vetting candidates for the job. Is one of the questions we're asking is, how will you put more heads in beds during the week to replace some of that business travel? And everybody's aware of this issue. So we've gotten some creative ideas and creative suggestions. We just need to stick the landing in terms of the candidate. So that's kind of where we're at. We've asked for a flat year-over-year funding allocation. We did move the numbers slightly around. We do need to give some pay treatments to some of the staff. They haven't gotten a raise in some time, and the revised budget that we submitted allows that. But basically, we have a flat year-over-year allocation with the anticipation that once we land the new VP of DMO, that we can look at that and get their inputs in terms of how they would like to use those funds going forward.
You talked about 168 events. Talk about those events. What are they?
I'll give you some examples. We've got We've got a big Texas Shriner Regional State meeting, 1,500 rooms. We got the American Legion for the first time having district meeting, 125 rooms. Angelo State University has a number of larger events, 800 for an engineering conference. We also have the solar eclipse coming, so we're starting to see some advanced bookings for the solar eclipse in 2024. So these are some of the highlights. There's obviously lots of smaller groups, but we are, looking at increasing numbers there, and we're really glad to see that happening.
Yes, Tom?
So are those groups that hadn't been here in the past?
Some are.
So what
yeah.
I'm looking for is, and you nailed it a while ago, is those people that haven't been here before. I mean, we check the box with who we have. Where we really like to check that bigger box is the new ones.
Yeah, we can differentiate that. We really look very carefully at, we measure both recurrent and new, obviously. To land an account and to keep an account requires effort. So there is effort in terms of retaining, much like the business expense retention discussion. We have to continue to service those base events that happen on a regular basis, but many of these events are new events. But I can give you that statistic when we meet and discuss this in a couple of weeks.
I would like to see, just for my knowledge of who is traditional that we have here, like the tattoo convention, and there's some things, and then who is new.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But obviously, the Eclipse stuff is new and non-recurrent because that only happens once every 1,000 years or whatever.
They're coming because we're out West Texas, right? They're not
right.
coming because we've
Might be coming
recruited
because of the
a bunch
Well,
of people
and
to
that's,
come
but,
here.
but we
to
still
watch
want to
the
take good
eclipse.
care of them. We still want to make sure that if they want to have their family reunion here, they will have a positive experience. And certainly, circumstantial revenue is just as good as deliberately produced revenue in many respects. So we're really happy to see that happening, and we're looking forward to hosting some folks here. I know my old town of Kerrville is exploding because apparently they're right in the epicenter of that and don't have a whole lot of capacity, but that's an interesting secondary story.
Mayor, you bring up a good point as far as, are they coming because it was sold? Do we go out there and actually sell to get this new business here, or are they coming because they were coming anyway? And I think that'd be something that would be important to take a look at.
Yeah, what we're looking for, and Tom brought it up, is what have we brought to the table that's new versus repeat? And the question that everybody always asks is, why do we go to Canada and Mexico? And what has ever come out of those trips to Canada and Mexico?
Yeah, it came up when I presented City Council. The short answer to that is it's incredibly economical for us to do that because we piggyback on behalf of, behind Travel Texas. So it's a really economical way to reach into new markets. As far as what that impact has specifically, I will have to take a look at that in more detail, and I'll be prepared to present that when we meet again and discuss that.
Yeah, because I think it's a nice trip to make, and I appreciate the fact it's efficient dollar-wise. But everything's dollars.
Understood.
Everything's money.
Yeah, absolutely
and
understand.
So if we've gone for 5 years in a row and we don't have a single event that has been booked because of that travel, then the question mark is the economy is expensive.
Understood.
If nothing comes out of it, regardless of how affordable it is.
Yes, ma'am.
And we understand the Texas Travel Organization is important, but we also know our dollars are important too. And we need to be very aware of the productivity of the dollars spent. So,
yes, ma'am. There is a secondary benefit to participating with Travel Texas just through the relationship building and the association with that organization. So there's a kind of, I would term, a secondary benefit to participation. But I think obviously we're looking very carefully at every dollar we're spending to make sure that we're getting good effect. And that's one of the reasons, and I'll bring this up, that we have invested in some of the analytic products that we're using to evaluate where we're making investments. Right now we're doing an analysis for Wild West Fest to see how that pulled numbers versus the last couple of years to see what that trajectory looks like, not only in terms of raw numbers, but in terms of out-of-town visitors versus in-town visitors, age demographics and others, so that we can really understand, the benefit of that particular promotion. And we've done that also with Rodeo Stock Show. We provided a lot of information to them in terms of their analysis and value proposition in terms of capital improvement projects out there. We've done it with the Art Museum in the same way. way. So we are really looking very hard at those kinds of events that we're getting behind, either through promotion or through direct contribution, and making sure that we're seeing positive effects in numbers and not just sort of gut feels, which is kind of what we've done in the past.
Yes, Sir Tom.
So, Walt, a couple things. One meeting you had a presentation. Mike talked about a new geofencing, a way for you to track some analytics that you were doing. I mean, SAPAC would love to have some of the, I mean, just, I don't know what you can track and go down with that.
Yes, sir.
How has that moved forward? I mean, have we utilized that?
That's a program I'm referring to.
Right.
It's called Datify, and it is a geofencing analytic that actually takes data off of cell phones, smartphones. I'm more than happy to do that for any, like I said, I've done it for the Museum of Fine Arts, and I'm really happy to do it for SAPAC. We can do it down to a time frame of an event, a 2-hour time frame if he has an event there. And I certainly will be happy to help him understand where his business is coming from too, because that's important to really target your marketing. If you know where folks are coming from, it helps you kind of understand.
I still think you could sell that. I think there's people that have events here that would love to know, and if you had a fee to provide that, I get there's some kind of a cross of what people owe and responsible. But my second part of this question was, of the metrics we've looked at that have gone, you know, from the 950 to the 1,012,000, are those metrics still good? I mean, are those the metrics you would use to judge that? I mean, are we looking at the right things?
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, it looks at really. I think the most important one, or the two most important. Well, I guess yeah. Let me go back. Yeah, all three are important. I was going to say the most important is a hotel occupancy, but obviously our bookings and how we're doing with that. That's how we're proactively going out and generating business, and the web metrics are very, very important as well. So I think they're good. I do like some of the state metrics. They come to us in a different kind of cadence and
Are
a
they
different.
city or they county, or how do those state metrics come? Because I was curious. I didn't know if they judged that by Tom Green or by San Angelo.
This is for San Angelo.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of tourism or properties outside of San Angelo within Tom Green County. So it's not that different, I wouldn't suspect, between county and city. But I think these are interesting because they're more macro. Some of them are more secondary in terms of the effect. I mean, employment, is an interesting thing to look at, but it's a little hard to tie market investment to hires in terms of cause and effect in the near term. But these are kind of interesting to look at over the kind of broader picture.
And I'll tell you where I go with that, Walt. I look at, a lot of the things you do and a lot of things that contribute from what the group comes from. Solar farms, the county's got a great benefit out of that. The city doesn't. Cooper's has had some wonderful events down there that draw a lot of people. It's nothing that provides a lot of income here in San Angelo. We may get a head in bed out of it, but when people provide those numbers, there are things that pop up outside the fence, and if they have enough frequency, it can move the needle a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm just curious.
And we can certainly look at that in terms of the effect. We can use Datify to look, for example, what's going on at Cooper's and what those look like year over year and all those kinds of trends. Not sure what we would do with that information particularly, but it would be of interest to see, particularly if people are coming from outside of Tom Green County and are using our hotels and staying in our restaurants. And I mean, people who go there, I don't know how many multi-day events they do here, for example. Or
Walt, I look at it and go, who goes there versus why they don't come here? All right, and what age group is it? I hear my kids saying, hey, there's somebody playing at Cooper's we want to go see. That part of the entertainment business is very difficult. I mean, SAPAC has to deal with it. A lot of it depends upon the quality of the people you can put up in front to make the draw. And that's what I look at. I always wonder why people go somewhere else to see it, but they won't come here to see it. So that's
if I were to guess, and it's a guess, but I think it's an informed one, it's a demographic split. I think there's a lot of younger people that go to Cooper's. Cooper's is obviously a lot cheaper in terms of less expensive in terms of ticket pricing. Maybe it is cheaper there, but
don't have a good fence.
But it's not a great. I mean, it's a totally different kind of experience, a totally different kind of venue. But that is something we could certainly peel the onion back on. We have the tools and we can do that. It's just a matter of prioritizing the time that we spend in order to get that kind of information.
It's like putting the River Stage up against Cooper's. I mean, that's what you're doing. And you can have dinner and bring your own liquor and your own beer and It's, totally different events.
It's a different,
And
it's a definitely different experience.
It's a
Yeah.
different affordable event.
Yes, ma'am.
So my challenge is marketing, and if I take a look at, and you've heard me complain about it regularly, is the marketing effort and the advertisements that we're running are not reflective of the community that exists here, and that we're not creating authentic marketing efforts. We're not using who we are, what we are, and selling that. We're selling a vision for somebody else that's not us. And very disappointed in the marketing effort and the marketing profile. I don't think it's helped sell San Angelo and helped sell the community. And I'm looking for a much different direction in terms of marketing to make sure that it's very reflective of this community. And I think we've missed the boat, and we need to have some corrective action on that. I love who we are. I love what this city is. I love the history behind this city. I love who makes up this city, and I love the organizations who've added tremendous amount of character to this city and really increased the cultural impact of this city, particularly the arts. And I don't think our marketing is reflective of that. And we spend, it's called the DMO, Destination Marketing, and I think the marketing is very much in question in terms of what it is, what we're doing there, and what's the game plan going forward.
We are certainly featuring that set of challenges prominently as we're interviewing candidates for the new VP position. We've gotten some interesting takes from people from outside, given their view inward as far as how they see us. But that's certainly very strong criteria that we're using to evaluate candidates for that position. And I'm looking to get somebody who's really good at that in here so that that vision that we all share of our city is reflected in our marketing of the city. And clearly there is some work to do there.
And again, I'm going to repeat something that we've had in our meetings, and that is, in one specific Texas Highways magazine, 6 cities used the word discover. Discover San Angelo, discover Waco, discover Fredericksburg, discover. Everyone uses the word discover. We're not creating a unique statement or a statement that differentiates us from anybody else because they don't get beyond the discover word. Everybody's trying to discover their cities, and we need to make a marketing campaign that establishes us separately from other cities, and a campaign that isn't just, oh, another discover.
Understand? Yeah. And again, I'll just go back to my earlier statement. We have discussed that very issue with the candidates we're interviewing, and we're looking forward to some interesting ideas on that front. I don't mean to keep kicking the can down the road. We got to keep putting the numbers on the board, and that's why I tell the team here we're continuing to work hard to make sure our metrics are still right-sized, and we are doing that. We certainly have more potential once we have full staff on board to do more, and it's my job to make sure that we get the right person in that job to make sure these visions come to fruition and that our performance continues to improve, not only to meet the goals but to exceed. So I'm working on that.
Yes, Lucy?
Walt, how long is it going to be till you get the VP position filled?
Nobody wants it filled faster than I do.
Well, how long is
Go,
it now? 7 months?
Well, finding great candidates is a challenge.
Nobody wants it more than I want it. Honestly, this is tough. I mean, it's a strain on the organization. The chamber has really stepped up in terms of staff. I spend about 30 to 40% of my time on DMO stuff. I'd like to not do that anymore, and I want to get somebody who's better at that than I am. So I'm working hard, but I'm not going to hire down, and I'm not going to settle. We're going to get the best person we can, and I'm going to take as much time as that takes.
So I'm going to approach it from a different angle.
Would you like to speak, Harry? I'd love to have you speak.
I'm looking at the 2023 numbers and the 23-24 numbers, and there's an increase of almost $12,000. So it's been 8 months since you had somebody in the leadership position here, outside of you. You've had some challenges. You're going to be looking for an additional person, DMO, within the next week, 10 days, whatever it is. So tell me what that $12,000 is going to do for you.
That's not an actual, that's just related to timing issues. They
Your
have a
year's
different
not our
fiscal year
year,
than we
but-
do, and so that's strictly stemming from that. So the actual amount of the contract will remain the same if council directs that at the $950,000 plus $62,000 in performance-based bonuses.
I always know because of budgets and how many years I worked in it before I retired from Goodyear, that the biggest percentage of any budget is salary and benefits. And if you have one person that has not been there for 8 months and an additional person that you're going to have to hire and replace, then the dollars should reflect that.
Well, what I'm going to recommend for council is that we look at a $950,000 base for DMO and that we carry forward the 8 months of salaries that have not been spent because of lack of a person. So I strongly recommend a $950,000 base with a carryover of 8 months' worth of salary into the next year's budget. That's my recommendation.
If I could just address that briefly, there will be cost to hire and there will be cost to onboard a new person. I believe that that'll happen in this year. So that 8 months could be a different number in terms of, I'm not sure it's going to be 8 months, it may be more.
But we're already in the
But
middle
there's,
of August,
but
right?
there's certainly going to be recruitment fees, onboarding costs, and other things which will need to be accommodated. So that's just for your consideration. So that rollover number I'd like to see discussed a little more detail and reflective of what the real costs are.
What I want to make sure that we don't do is take the salary allocation for the DMO position and utilize that for anything else. And so, again, I strongly recommend a $950,000 base with a rollover of the salary savings.
Okay, that seems reasonable, and we can certainly work with that.
Are we keeping the same metrics for the evaluation?
No. We'll come up with different ones, and we can present that at the next meeting. Because I think there's some new things, and Walt has referred to some of those
Yeah.
opportunities that we need to look at. So I would say 950 base, roll over the salary savings, and use that as the new budget.
Mayor,
Is
if
that-
I may?
Yes.
That's going to be part of the contractual language of the contract. So when you say salary savings, are you defining that as what Walt said, net of any recruitment type costs, or just the straight salary
Base
savings?
salary.
Okay.
And
Yes.
you say salary, I'm sorry, base, we will still have the bonus program then?
We're going to talk about that later. We're going to use a 950 base, the rollover of savings on salaries, and we'll have different matrix, which we're not prepared today to talk about.
But there will be a bonus component.
Yeah, but not like what has been. So I don't perceive us getting to the $1 million. But we'll see based off of the matrix.
Well, I think we need to know that carryover number.
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, we don't have it, that's the point right now, but we do know we have 8 months, because this is the middle of August. Right.
Something
So
I
based off
think,
of the salary savings, will determine if and what bonus opportunities exist. Yes, Tommy?
just,
And then Karen.
It's okay. He may ask it.
no, I'm just going to make a statement. Something I think we do need to take into consideration on Walt's behalf is he may have to end up paying more than what he anticipates that he will, and it sounds to me like we're cutting the budget. So I'm not sure that's fair to Walt. So I'm going to put a placeholder there if I'm correct, because you don't, at this point, you don't have a good idea of what your what your compensation package is going to look like simply because you don't have a candidate right now.
The market is certainly more expensive now than it was when the previous VP left, and we will have to pay up if we're going to get a good person. So yeah, that's a good point, and it's one that I think I'd like to see considered as well, because we do want to hire somebody who's strong, and it's a competitive world in a very specialized field. It's the same effect we're seeing within the DMO, the COSIDC recruitment for the Economic Development Director. I mean, what was paid to the previous ED is not what they're looking at paying for the recruits that they're looking at now. So that's going to be, the thing we don't want to do is to have more overhead than we have marketing resource in terms of a percentage. And if we start pulling back in terms of our wherewithal to invest in the right people, we could find ourselves in that position. So I appreciate that consideration. That is a reality we're facing.
Karen?
I think I need to modify what I was going to originally say and say instead, or ask instead, when might we expect the detailed conversation that provides us with carryover salary amounts so that we have a whole picture?
There's knowns, and I mean, I can pull up what was budgeted for that position fairly easily. The unknown is how many months ahead of us we have in terms of the gap to recruit. We also, to Councilman Hebert's point, don't have a firm knowledge of what that new person will cost in terms of base salary and benefits. We're starting to look at, we have an understanding of what the market looks like, and frankly, there's been some candidates that were just frankly too expensive for us. We just couldn't justify the expense. So we got to find an excellent person for the right price, and that's been part of the challenge.
Here's my issue, and many of you are new on council since all of this has happened, so I'm going to refresh everyone's knowledge. In fiscal year 13 through 15, we gave the CVB, the now DMO, $765,000. In years 16 through 19, it was $865,000. Fiscal year 20, we took it up to $1,012,500 because of two major events that were being added to the calendar. One was the Air One show. One was the Cowboy Jubilee. And the specific increase that was asked for was to accommodate some of those new events that were being brought to the table. Those events never happened, but those dollars never came out of the budget. Okay, so in fiscal year 21, we had $965,000 budget, but it was $765,000, which was the base number, and we had a $200,000 carryover, which equaled the $965,000.
Owing to COVID.
Then in fiscal year 22, we had $1,012,500 as a request. There was $965,000 base plus a $47,500 carryover. $47,500. So we as a council made a big jump in investment in DMO CVB from 19 to 20 of $135,000, $150,000 increase in their budgets. No one else receiving hot tax money has received a $150,000 increase in their budget since that 20 year. So, I mean, I think I take a look at it and say, at some point, we have to have expectations that meet the budget that we are supporting. And again, I think the $950 base and a carryover of the savings, certainly a minimum of 8 months, because this is the 15th of August already. So by the time you would hire somebody and have them in place, you're already into September. So there ought to be at least 8 months worth of carryover on salaries. Those are the statistics.
And I appreciate the statistics, but we've also seen inflation. We've also seen increasing costs as well. and to compare where we are now versus 2017 or 18, it's not quite an apples-to-apples situation for sure. Bottom line is, we're going to work with whatever y'all give us. We can certainly do more with more. I'm very anxious to get the new person in here. If we're wanting to do a rebranding effort, that's expensive, and that would need perhaps some external funding, and we want to feel free to come to the city council and ask for those kinds of things that are off budget but necessary based on changing circumstances, which I understand the door is open to that kind of discussion in the future. So we will, certainly work with what we have. It is a challenging time, frankly. The staffing has been hard, and the recruitment's hard. But as I said before, we have continued to put the numbers up, and we've continued to make sure that the organization's moving forward in support of our community, despite those challenges. And the smaller our budget gets, the harder it is to get a good person. That's just the way that is. People want it. They look at what you got. That's one of the questions they ask is how much budget do we have to work with? An eroding budget situation does not suggest to a top flight candidate a commitment on the part of the city to the organization or to that position. And so I would just caution that because a small savings could really confound an effort towards getting somebody who will be strategically beneficial to us over a very long period of time.
I love the conversation about inflation, but if you look at the chart that's up there, no one else is requesting inflationary increases, so they've been living with those base numbers for multiple years.
Well, and
no increase in
a lot of those
dollars.
don't have
So-
staffing either, and staffing is one of the bigger issues. So, I get civic events has staffing, but I don't believe anybody else is paying headcount, for example. So it's a discussion worthy of having, and, my position, I think I've been pretty clear on. I will work with what y'all give us, but again, if we're looking at an eroding budgetary situation, that will challenge us further.
Well, it doesn't seem like we are, because if we carry forward the savings of at least 8 months, there's flexibility there. So that would be my proposal for the budget.
So I'll crunch those numbers and see what that looks like, and we can have further discussions. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
I
Thank
do
you very
appreciate
much.
you all, and thank you for your service, and look forward to talking more.
Ongoing. Don't stop.
Yes, ma'am.
The National Cultural Affairs Council, who is here for that?
I don't think anyone's here for that. Their new director, Mark Stevenson, I don't see him in the audience right now, so.
Okay. So downtown San Angelo.
Doing the Darth Vader talk.
So downtown San Angelo, we're proposing that their $100,000 allotment be funded solely out of the HOT fund this year. You'll recall that we did increase that by $25,000. That was largely in response to them taking on some additional duties and responsibilities related to the tiers funds. And so
Which
they're
also goes back to when we evaluate what's going on in the COSA DC building, staffing, et cetera, is we've talked about two things that no longer are functions out of the COSA DC arena and that office. One is BREP, and two is tiers, which used to be a job. And they're now separate funded, separate organizations, just to make sure we're all clear. That's part of, when you talk about salaries and we talk about the COSA DC budget, those two specific functions have been taken away from the Development Corporation and put into different entities. So the functions are supported.
And a big thanks to Dell for his part in that.
Thank you.
So there's not really an increase in that. It's taken on the responsibilities that were funded out of COSA DC.
And I believe it's less, right? Less
Oh, yeah.
dollars that were being spent. And it's been really a really good transition in relationship to us taken on that responsibility. Obviously, CETA staff and John James Organization has been instrumental in making that happen. And we are doing our best to continue that flow of applications and taking on both the north and south tiers. So it's been, I think, a real positive process in terms of how we've handled it.
Well, I think because you work with it daily, you're more informed about what's going on, et cetera, the history.
That would be true. We do get a lot of inquiries about tiers at the downtown office, both for the north and south. And so we're pretty familiar with what may be coming down into the channel as far as some of the funding requests. So we can talk to people about what they should anticipate, and so it's been real positive.
And do we have questions for Dale? I see Tom's got a finger pointing.
Where did the budget go for the one maintenance person that we're doing through tiers? Is that staying in his budget, or is that still in tiers?
Oh, no, he's just, all he's doing is people who are requesting tiers funds come to him and apply for it.
He's helping manage that, but
But the other is.
Do what? It's in parks. Okay, that was my answer. I was
Yeah,
just
it's-
making sure. He didn't get the burden of that one, and that one where it went out, so it went to that.
It isn't. Okay, questions for Dale? What's up next?
For us?
We're working on it.
Well, we've got our Downtown Strong Stroll, or Downtown Stroll, coming up in October. That's the next one. Y'all may know we're out down, it's kind of down to me. Monica is on pregnancy leave, and she'll be returning hopefully by the first part of September. And so we've scheduled that around the activities around that. We continue to work with different developers. I think everyone
Some of them are promoters, but they
some-
call themselves
Yeah,
developers.
well, yes, that's true. The sale of the Roosevelt Lofts project is about to be completed, and the new company that y'all heard from, Overland Park Properties, it has already met with the planning department to look at what requirements they're going to need in terms of starting construction on the Roosevelt Lofts, and that should begin sometime early in January. And anticipation is that doors will open early in 2005. And so that's going to be a major step in terms of creating the downtown living aspect of what we've been working towards trying to make happen. And so big win there. We're down to about 39 vacant buildings. I think I reported that before. And so that's a big step in relationship to continue our downtown push for businesses and development.
I want to have you recap, first and foremost, the July 3rd event, because that July 3rd event has always been a very important event for the city of San Angelo and the citizens. Everybody loves fireworks. Everybody likes celebrating July 4th, what it means, et cetera. And you have been instrumental, and downtown has, in pulling off that event, which requires immense amount of hours and work. And you guys have done a fabulous job, and I just want you to talk about that event.
Sure. Well, this year was our third annual event. We call it a Star Spangled Banner concert to distinguish it from what had been called the July Pops concert. And people still believe it's still the July Pops, which is fine because they keep showing up. According to estimates from the police department, we had in the area approximately 20,000 attend the event. We had entertainment starting at 6:30 in the afternoon, and went into 11:30 about when we shut down. This year we had a tremendous amount of interest with the VIP tables. The first year I think we sold 36. The second year we sold 48, and then we jumped up to almost 70. tables this particular, for this year. So that was a large amount of support that we got. I also want to make sure that AEP Foundation gets kudos for their support. They provided us a substantial fund for the fireworks. And then earlier this week, or last week, I received notification that they will be funding the next 2 years for us to help us with that. And I don't know if y'all got to see the fireworks show, but it was spectacular. It went on for about 22 minutes. And if you don't know, it cost $1,000 a minute for fireworks show. So we paid a little more. We paid $25,000 for the fireworks, but it was a 22-minute show, and people loved it, I think. Everybody on Facebook, et cetera, we received a lot of positive feedback from that. So it's exciting.
You didn't even have the Oak Street Bridge to work with.
No, we didn't. It was shut down, but we were able to work with Parks Department. They helped us get through the staging all the fireworks on the Celebration Bridge, as well as the fire department. They were also very heavily involved, and so it was a cooperative effort, and we could not do it. One thing I can tell you is we could not do it without the city of San Angelo supporting us through the sponsorship that y'all provide us. So thank you very much.
Talk about streetscape and how that's dynamically changed downtown.
Yes, ma'am. It has. Businesses continue to bring about their comments to us about the traffic that they see, the increased traffic that we have, and many people that come into our office that are visitors looking for the sheep, by the way. That's primarily why they come in, to find out more about the sheep project that we have, the fiberglass sheep, let me rephrase that. And they come in and they always comment how great our downtown looks because of the improvements to the streetscape. And so I highly encourage continuation of that project, Phase B, which would take it from Beauregard up to, 5th or 6th Street, or whatever we're still looking at. But either way, it would make a huge difference. And that particular corridor, say from Harris Street up, or even from Beauregard up, really does need the help. And there's a lot of interest in people developing in that area, as far as developing businesses in that area. And so I know that having the streetscape project come in through that particular corridor would be very helpful.
You know, one question I have, and this, Rick, you can add to it, but when we were working on designing that streetscape, we specifically said we wanted trees that would be green 12 months a year. Now, I know those trees were not green this past, and why did we get trees that don't have green 12 months a year?
No, we specifically selected trees because in the winter, you want trees that actually let the sunlight in, because people are walking on the streetscapes, they're cold. If they get in the live oak, it's so intense, and it also encourages birds nesting in there in the winter to get out of the cold, and then they poop all over the sidewalks. So I'm not sure what we talked about then, but that's why it was specifically requested, because they want
It really changes how it looks in the winter, and it's not
really
positive.
like to walk in the sun in the winter. Unlike today, you don't want that. You want the shade. But in the winter, you want to feel that sunlight as you're walking and get that warmth. And it encourages people to be out on those sidewalks walking instead of avoiding them. So
the other questions I have about the streetscape, so there's supposed to be an approval by TxDOT. When do they walk and give the final approval on that project?
Shane, just before we were on break, and he said they expected to have it by the end of next month.
Because there's some other additions that we want to do that we can't do until that is done. And I also know that there's some dead trees now, and I know it's been a tough summer, drought and all, but there's some trees that need to be replaced and still some vegetation that needs to be replaced. Is that still under contract to replace those?
any of that stuff that y'all noticed, talk to Shane about it. They're managing that contract. So if it's still under warranty, then they'll be able to do that with the contractor.
And I've also noticed that there's some significant deterioration of some of those, if you little decorative elements on the street that I'm sure should have lasted longer than a year.
Once again, you can talk to them about if there's specific ones on that, then bring it up and they'll go through it. I think some of the ones that were discussed was potential fading of stamped concrete. That is something that, you know, we talked about on the front end, so they'll just have to see what the warranty is on those.
I'm not
those
talking
eyes.
fading, I'm talking about actually chunks having come out, so.
Well, they can look at those. It all depends on how it was done. If it was some wacko with a sledgehammer, then unfortunately we can't. But, you know, and we all laugh, but we know it all unfortunately happens. But anyway, they can look at it and see why.
And you might want, we'll talk about it later, we don't need to do it during budget, but I think there are some issues there that need to be addressed with the contractors before we sign off on them getting, because I've walked some of those, and they're not good. The deteriorations, if we can deteriorate that quickly, there's a problem with the product, or it shouldn't have been used. Dale, continue.
Outside of, our Brews and Barbecue cook-off that we have now, I think we're on our 7th year. Because we've been so successful with the International Barbecue Cookers Association, our chairwoman, Delilah Setta, was contacted by them, and they are now, they've requested that we host the state competition, which brings in well over 100 teams. So that creates a problem for us for space, but we can figure it out. And just recently, I think a couple of weeks ago, our state representative, Drew Darby, signed a resolution at the State House commending us for our work as far as the Brews and Barbecue. So that resolution has been turned into the IBCA. So we anticipate hosting the state competition probably here in the next few years, within the next few years, I should say. And so that will be another big event for our community. There's been a lot of different conversations being held with developers that still haven't come to fruition. I know there's some new business owners that have bought property, but the plans for those have still not been totally vetted. So not sure that I can talk clearly about those, but the point is the interest level for continued downtown development is still high.
Well, I think the biggest, and you should continue to talk about this, the biggest problem is property owners who have an inflated perspective of the value of their buildings. That is the biggest challenge. Not that we don't have developers looking to do the projects, it's they can't get hold of the buildings.
That's exactly correct. We have our largest buildings that are, when I say largest, the square footage that they have are totally inflated in terms of what their selling price or their asking selling price is. And you cannot convert some of those buildings at that level of cost to purchase the property and then expect to have millions and millions of dollars poured into the rehab or the repurposing of those buildings. And so they're not going to buy into it. So those buildings sit there vacant. And that's, when I say we, Downtown San Angelo has been very aggressive in discussing with those property owners what they should or shouldn't be doing about their properties. And it's just one of those deals that we're not getting very far on.
Private property rights, unless you use eminent domain, there's not a lot of options. Questions for Dale?
I did want to say one more little thing about that. Several years ago, we put together a task force, and when I say we, the City of San Angelo or staff and Downtown San Angelo, and we did look at an ordinance that we thought would be a little bit more assertive and aggressive in creating a pain point, maybe is a good word, for people who are holding on to buildings. And I did later find out that I'm glad that council did not support it, because later on, some of the cities that implemented that type of ordinance did get sued and lost. So in that respect, I'm glad we didn't go to the extreme that we were looking at in relationship to an ordinance that addresses vacant and underutilized buildings. But I still think there's maybe an opportunity to modify it and see what we could do there, and hopefully council would support it.
Put it together. Bring it forward. Talk about it. Okay, so questions to Harry? Anything, dear?
I really want to say thanks to Dell and the Downtown Association. They've done a wonderful job with, right in the middle of my area, so I say
The
that.
heartbeat of your area, based off of all of the studies.
Well, one more thing.
Say thanks.
We have just sold our 140th fiberglass sheet this week, and so that project keeps growing and growing. So that's a real fun testament to what our organization took on, and it doesn't just impact downtown; it impacts the whole community. So it's been a fun project.
And it's been a great project, and Julie is sitting here in the audience, but we have an unbelievably talented artistic city, and the success of this art project has been the quality of work and the quality of artists that we have. They're still willing to take on these projects and do them, because each of those has been a testimony to the talent that exists here. It's been tremendous. You brought up something a minute ago. We'll talk about it again at some point, but parking's going to become an ongoing issue. And it's terrific that we can take care of the traffic now, but sooner or later, that conversation is going to need to be had.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With that, moving on.
Going to lunch.
Okay, San Angelo Museum of Fine Arts.
Laura Huckabee is here to speak for the museum.
Hello, I'm Laura Huckabee. I'm the Assistant Director and also the Curator at the San Angelo Museum of Fine Arts. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to be here and just say in person how great it is to be part of the artistic community in San Angelo. This is really a great city, and I think a big part of that is its support for the arts and the cultural organizations. So thank you very much to all of you for the support that you've shown us. We're doing a lot of really exciting programs. We've got exciting programs and exhibits coming up the rest of this year and the following year. And this is even with the roof on the main building being replaced and that main building being closed. As you also, of course, everybody's aware of the Oak Street Bridge being closed. And so between the Oak Street Bridge being closed and our main building being closed, we were definitely afraid that it would impact our visitorship very hard. I'm thankful to say that it hasn't had the kind of negative impact that we thought it would have. We have our exhibits currently open in our Oak Street galleries, which are just in front of the museum in that row of buildings on South Oak Street between, I want to say like 417 and 427, something like that. And we still have our education programs going on in our education studio and our Concho Clay studio. That part of the building is unaffected by the roof work. Since our exhibits currently on Oak Street opened, the current exhibit, since they opened on July 20th, we have had visitors from all over the state, almost all 50 states, including Alaska, and also Germany, France, and Mexico. So we are really, really happy to say the visitors are still coming in. So we just want to keep everybody updated as to where things are going on. I know it's hard. Visitors will come, they'll see the main building and say, what in the world is going on? So we're just trying to help direct people to where things are actually happening as much as possible via our website, via social media, via signage. We've got sandwich boards out all over the place. We are just doing our best to juggle what's going on. We're doing our best to keep things just moving right along and serving the community while we're dealing with the building. I do have some very happy news to report in terms of the roof. They have only partially clad the copper part of the roof, but they have already stopped the leaks.
You know, I feel really bad on these 107-degree days, and I see those guys up there on that roof working, and I think, oh my, it's got to be a little warm up there.
I pray for their safety daily.
Yeah. One thing I think would help is that we have people constantly, and I'm sure all restaurants downtown do, and other businesses, want to know where everything is. Is there just a flyer that you could make that showed how to get to the museum from downtown or from from Bryant, and where the exhibits are? Because we're constantly being asked. And I think if we had something, it would help us direct more people and inform more
Absolutely.
people.
Yes, ma'am, we'll get that for you.
Be great. Talk about, Howard used to always talk about the impact of the museum and the amount of tourism that comes with it that most people don't truly understand, how broad and how well-known our museum is. It is great pride for me to know we have a museum of that quality and that we have people internationally and nationally coming in to visit. So talk to that.
Well, I'm definitely proud to work for such a great museum, which is nationally and internationally known, even though it's a small institution. Again, just being in a community as artistic as San Angelo and as supportive of the arts and culture as San Angelo, I think is a big part of it. But yes, like I mentioned, we have international visitors from all 50 states that have just come in since July 20th. But probably our biggest annual draw for out-of-town visitors is the annual ceramics events that we have in April. I'd like to reiterate that our collection, in our museum's collection, we have 4 focus areas. One of those is ceramic art. We are internationally known for our collection of ceramic art. It ranks right up there with other museums, such as the Museum of Ceramic Art in California, such as the Syracuse Museum in New York, museums all over Europe, Asia, Australia. They're familiar with us and our collection. So just that in itself is a draw. And I also want to mention that our education programs reach about 33,000 children a year. And not only are those children in San Angelo, but it's also in the Region 15 educational service area, which reaches from the counties north of here all the way down to Del Rio and to the east to Brownwood. I couldn't tell you for sure what our western boundary is, not quite as far as Midland, Odessa area, but it is a 17-county region and it's very large. So between our in-person programming that we have to reach students, we have outreach where our educators go out to remoter areas. We have digital resources available. We have take-home resources for families. And even with the main building closed, we've still been able to reach so many this year.
Thank you. Questions for Laura? Thank you very much, and we look forward to having the museum open back up. But again, give us the information so we can make sure. Does the chamber have the information about where the exhibits and all of that are so that they can direct people as well?
Yes, ma'am, they do. We make sure that we keep an up-to-date brochure up there on their racks.
Okay.
I do want to mention an exciting exhibit we have coming up in 2024, the summer of next year. Contemporary Native American photographer Will Wilson, together with photographs by Edward Curtis, who was popular in the early 20th century. And we have just received over $40,000 of grant funding to bring this exhibit here. And part of that funding, part of our approach to the Art Bridges Foundation to receive this funding was for a hugely augmented marketing effort. So I did just want to throw that out there. It's going to be regional, statewide, nationwide marketing.
Fantastic. Look forward to that. Okay, Carl?
Yes, the Water Lily Garden. This allocation was for wayfinding signage to the collection as well as signage at the park. What we've done is we have replaced the 5 old directional signage that's on North and South Bryant and Beauregard. We've replaced those 5. We've added 3 additional, so there's a total of 8 wayfinding signs on the major thoroughfares going to Civic League Park, the Water Lily Collection. The other part is the entrance sign to the park. We've conceptualized what that would be. I should share that with City Council. We've shown it to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board staff. We've modified that concept a little bit. It's basically 2 stone columns with a descending wall on each side that ties well.
Which park are you talking about, the Lily Park?
Yes,
field?
Civic
Okay.
League Park, Water Lily Park. That ties in well with the historic walls that are there dating back to 1938. It has a large wooden sign at the top, which is kind of similar to the entrance sign to the Bosque, but fits better with the park itself. It also has a area for display for events coming up and different information about the park that could be posted there, as well as some lighting. We've done the wayfinding signage. That was just under $3,000. We got about $22,000 left. The entrance sign, we want to finish conceptualizing it. Once everybody's on board with what that looks like, we'll design that up to get it permitted for construction. We think it's going to be about $40,000, maybe $45,000.
Okay, and you don't have a diagram of that today? No, okay, so the question mark then is, okay, so we allocated $25,000 for wayfinding, and you've utilized, it's only been $3,000 of the $25,000 for the wayfinding.
Date, correct.
Are there other wayfinding signs that need to be made and utilized to better direct people out of that initial $25,000? Or are you asking us to carry forward the $25,000 to put towards this sign at the Lily Garden?
Yes, we would like to carry that money over. We did order some extra signs to replace ones if we lose them, and we could add some additional signs farther out.
I don't think further out is as important as within the city center. That's really where most of the questions come from.
We debated how many we should put out. We didn't want to put out too many, but we did increase the number that we did have out there.
And I think then moving that money to that main entrance sign is going to draw attention as well. So that becomes important.
What I really want to make sure we do is with Ken Landon having passed away, so many citizens are so concerned about keeping the lily pads going forward. Are we taking care of them? Are we making sure that there's not going to be a negative impact and that we continue to make that one of the attractions so many people come to this city to see? So I want to make sure we take care of the water lily pad and making sure people know where it is and that we're taking care of it and that we're proud of it and that we've signed it and we make sure, as I said, we're proud of it. So the request is what?
We would like to carry the remainder of the $25,000. I don't think it'll probably take to the end of this calendar year before we get the new entranceway completed. But we would likely need some additional funds to fund that.
So if it's 40,000, so you're going to use about 5,000 on the wayfinding.
Correct.
So you have 20 left over. So are you asking for another 25,000 to be in the
That would
budget
help
for
us get that-
23-24?
Yes, that would help us get that
The
accomplished.
request is for 25,000 for the 23-24 budget. Plus the
Carryover.
carryover.
Plus carryover, because it's got, the sign's what,
Yes.
40 or 45?
Plus.
Carrying 20 over, so that's, 25's a break even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, carryover plus 25. It should cover, well, in case the columns or whatever, since we haven't seen it. So we're asking for 20 to be carried over and an additional 25,000 to be put in there.
And then Carl would need to bring that back to y'all to show
Yeah,
you
for-
the pictures, and then when they get the exact bid. So this is an estimate at this point.
But, so that budget will be a 20,000 carryover and a 25,000 addition to that. Okay. Thank you. Julie, you're on.
Ma'am, I have a
Oh,
question.
yes, wait a minute, sorry, Larry. Carl, wait.
After Mr. Jolly's passing, we agreed on a one-year contract for the current. Do we need to discuss that more, or is there going to be something reported at a later date on whether that fill has been successful?
We do have a one-year contract with a possible one-year extension, and he's doing quite well. He's got the collection going. You know, he started a little bit late, and it's been very hot, but it has been. He's successfully running the collection. He's doing everything he's supposed to be doing by the agreement, and he's been good to work with as well. He's very intelligent.
When do we need to reconsider an extension to that contract for that gentleman?
I
It's
think
the end
we
of
approved it
September.
earlier this year, so my guess is about January, around then. And if it needs to be sooner than that, it's just bring it forward on a city council agenda. So we want to make sure, again, we keep the Lily Garden
Yes.
managed. So whenever we need to do that, just make, to Larry's point, make sure we bring it forward and we have an opportunity to discuss it and solidify that.
He's helping to coordinate this year's Lily Fest on the 16th of September.
Good.
Thank you.
Are we going places, Julie?
Yes, we are, hopefully.
Those are Barbie.
I am Julie Raymond
It
Barton.
should be pink. It should be a pink suitcase, but,
Well, this
okay.
that's a whole little thing right there. I am Julie Raymond from Art and Uncommon Places, and this is Dr. Gigi Perez Langley, and the smarter of us, too. So here we go. You want to see what you got for your bang for the buck for what you gave us last year. We are so pumped. Okay, and she's got a slideshow that we'll present.
We got pictures. We love it.
Okay, what we presented as the project for this money was augmented reality murals. And we are so excited about what's happening with this. We have got nearly all of them up. We lack one that is not on the gamut, but we have used our money. What we did is we paid the artist and we provided their supplies too, all the materials that it took for them to produce these paintings. I feel like we've got some world-class art with what we've achieved. The augmentation, which is not going to go live yet, is being done by Central High School students, which we tried to get tech companies to do it, and they were like, oh, it's too difficult. And we walked into Scarlett Rodriguez's class, and she said, we've got this. So, okay, I'm not changing. That one, down arrow. I guess if I'd put my glasses on. Okay, these are the partners that we partnered with to make these murals happen. We are so lucky for your support and the support of all these people. We always try to make it a very big community effort when we create something. And we had the Drug and Alcohol Council, SAPAC, the City of San Angelo, Downtown San Angelo, Keep San Angelo Beautiful, Discover San Angelo, and Our Texas, Our Future, HEB. This is one of the first ones we did, and it is on SAPAC. We did it for an opening for the show that we have called Artists for Artists, which is the local show, which is bringing people from all over the country to this show. And so we wanted to open with this mural, which shows what SAPAC is about. And Yuki said this is where the arts come alive, and it does. Now, would you like to see the augmentation? We're going to try to make that happen.
My glasses, but
I know it's too small. We can take it. We can do it like this. You touch something?
I didn't.
Well,
hey, can you put that up here?
Yeah.
Put it up here.
A little bit closer.
Okay. I have to have the camera.
Can you just put it on this top of this right here?
We can do it right there. We were expecting y'all to have a camera right where we were.
You're doing that, not me. There we go.
I thought she was finished.
Much better.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, this highlights all the things that happen at the Performing Arts Center. You have the mic, you have the ballet, and then you have some local pieces that you see in San Angelo specifically. And we brought the students that produced this, and they got to come see their work come live. So this is only one that's going to be done this way. But one thing that we're doing is we're bringing a whole new demographic in to watch. Younger people that have not been involved in arts, and we work daily on trying to figure out how to make that happen, because that's who our future is about. And this is definitely going to bring that crowd. Because of the open air museums that we've created before, which is Pop Art and Paintbrush Alley, as well as the Red Aurora, those they're open and they're free to the public 24 hours a day. We are on the cultural map of Houston and Austin, Texas. So, and we've been revered in magazines for the work that is happening. So what we like to do is we like to pinpoint another area that we think would bring in a new crowd and a new vibe. All of these are down in town in the art district, because we want us to look artsy, and their proximity is rather close. We will be one of the first augmented reality tours. So we're going to promote this where people come in and you can get in your car, and it's going to direct you to the beautiful things of our city, such as our Fine Arts Museum and other things in that district. It's very exciting that y'all have given this money. We have used all but $3,000 because we have that set aside for the last mural, which should be completed, or we're going to try to, before the deadline. But everything else is on time. We have miscellaneous expenses broke out that we have paid for and contributed this project. We bought 2 iPads. We had to get buy the app right here, which is called iJack. and that IJAC will go on a plaque besides each mural, so that and then you'll have to download the app and to make these come alive. But you'll have to be present. You'll have to go to this. We will have a big opening. We hope by the end of September. We haven't set that in stone yet, and then you'll be able to have public anytime. Everything that we produce has made it where people can go around the clock, and it's free entry. So we are really a lot of the visual content for anything that's being produced right now. The background is the artwork of all these lovely artists. What I'm so, so grateful to you most of all is that the things that we've done in the past, the artists have just volunteered. They all gave freely to Paintbrush Alley. They gave freely to Pop Art. And this, we were able to pay them. And I think we need to honor their work and make them feel valuable. So we're very excited about that. We do have a whole sheet of where everything went. Gigi, each check, it was in a separate account. We're very excited that, we got to do this. We do repair and installs on every piece that we have. We coat the paintings in pop and paint once a year. We pay for the electricity at Pop Art Alley. We have a repairman that we have to hire to do that. And we create all the signage. So we have the signage that talks about the piece. It has the artist. It has a QR code that goes to that. The one that was done about Eva Tucker, it goes to their foundation, so you can learn about Eva Tucker. And then we are working on the Lone Wolf Bridge. That's in bad repair, and we've met with the city and electrician, but we're going to have to meet again and work on that. And we are constantly keeping everything up to code or to what we think is a good representation of that. Let me see what else we need to be saying.
The West Texas Sun, I'm sure, has created some damage and maintenance issues as it relates to the Red Arroyo projects. I mean, the sun's just so intense here. So I don't know what, on an annual basis, you're spending to repair and maintain. But what, and you probably ought to identify that total number sometime.
I can.
But what you're presenting today, this new idea, is so important because we have been designated the visual capital of Texas. And we don't want anyone to come into our city and go, why did they get it? We want to make sure it's obvious why we've been given that designation of the visual arts capital. And these outside murals are so important. I know you've done, someone, I'm assuming it's with direction from you all, have worked on that warehouse, back of that warehouse that's on South Oaks as you cross the railroad.
Yes, that was our 23-year-old Zoe, and she's so amazing. She hand-painted every bit of that. When that piece is augmented, it will be the Folklorica dancers, and the music will be the mariachis from Central.
It is. The detail on that thing is mind-boggling.
Well, yeah. They have really, the variety, and we tried to do a vast variety in these murals so that it would draw different crowds in. We have Willie Coyote and the Roadrunner, and then it's called the Rules of Engagement. I didn't know there were all these. Huh? Rules of the Road. Okay. And it has all of, like, the only sound that could be in that was beep, beep. The dynamite could only go off so far. So that will all be in the augmentation, which I think will be exciting and fun. The other thing that we're really trying to do is give you numbers. We quoted how many people are attending Pop and Paint and all the events that are having there, from a wedding to, okay, what's her name?
Let's see, Jaton Hampton
Yeah.
has the Food and Wine Festival.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Here, I'll go ahead. Anyway, Jaton Hampton is doing that event that she has quarterly events, and there's about 2,000 people attending each one of those events. Then she also has had, in that space, we've had, Glow in the Dark by the Girl Scouts. We've had a rave by Lucky Hen Tattoo. We've had the Ambleside fundraiser there, the Tamale Fest, a wedding, and endless photo opportunities for everyone. And the photographers just love these spaces.
I think, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mayor, I was just going to let you know, we seem to have lost slide connectivity for the rest of their photos.
Yeah.
Brian said he needs to do a hard reset, so if we were planning to take another break, he could do it during that break. If not, that's up to y'all, how you want to proceed.
Well, no, I think it's important to showcase these, so, and probably time for a break anyway, so you want to take a lunch break, a restroom break, and come back with full video.
Okay.
Does
All
that
right,
work?
well, I'm
Keep
not trying to
talking,
thought
though.
here. The only thing I'd like to say before is we're trying to get a way to count how many people are visiting this, and with this QR code and this app, iJack, which we pay for, and with more views, we have to pay more, but it will click, and we'll know how many people viewed it. If they would register, we don't know, and they will give us their zip code. We also know where they're coming from. But we've got to pay extra, so that's what we're hoping to do in the next year.
I'm proud of the work and proud of, it's just fun to drive around and see a blank wall turn into something fun, exciting, vibrant, and now with this moving thing going with it, it's just, thank you. It's terrific.
Okay, do you want to stop here, or what do you,
We can, let's do this. So it says to be determined, so in my mind, I believe that just like we do some of these other organizations, that we should consistently keep $25,000 in the budget to continue to support Arts and in Common Places as a constant, not, certainly you have to present to us every year and give us good information and talk about progress, but I believe strongly we need to keep funding Arts and in Common Places. And many organizations apply for grants from the Cultural Affairs Group, and the one most important part to say this, they only fund people who pay their executive director. Arts and in Common Places, Julie, the group, work for free. They don't pay people to oversee that organization. They do it. And up until now, the artists have added to the cityscape for free. And we've all benefited, and I think you're an important organization to continue to fund on a regular basis for $25,000. It's my recommendation.
I think we're all good with that.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
great
We're grateful. Thank you very much.
So you don't have to come back and show us the pictures.
Okay.
You sold us already.
But we are going to take a break.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you ever so much.
1,000 left, which she should spend by September 30th.
No, I was looking at the next three items, just the transfers. They were just an accounting issue, weren't they?
Yeah. That everybody sort of start taking their seats and getting organized. We're waiting for one more council member who's on his way, and then we will, in fact, get this show on the road and continue with our normal lives. Whatever they are. Yeah. Yeah. Describe what that looks like. We're called back to order. Waiting for you. It's okay. I should have done that too. Mine feels very empty. No. Okay. It feels kind of empty. Perfect.
That is truer words have never been spoken.
Unsweet, please.
Au contraire.
Was that on recording?
I don't know, but it's really loud.
Okay, so our next item on the agenda is Fort Concho, and I know Bob has been waiting patiently for us to call him up. Excited to be able to present.
Good afternoon. I was kind of hoping you'd cover me before lunch when you were hungry and we'd move quicker, but so be it.
We're re-energized.
The fort, for goodness, the last 15 years or so has received $50,000 in hot money, for which we are very grateful. And I thought I'd give you a quick overview of some of the things that have happened in the last year and entertain any questions. Most of you pretty much know what we do, but just some numbers and highlights. The money goes into the general operations, maintenance, support, and programs at the fort. In a typical year, we will cover all 50 states, 175 Texas communities, and 25 to 30 foreign countries, including Oklahoma.
You guys, that was funny.
Slow-moving joke. We have a broad base of programs and activities throughout the year. Though I will admit the heat wave has done us in this year. We try to have new things throughout the year, and this past spring, we had the polo event with the symphony, which was rousingly successful, and I think they want to come back. We host other events throughout the year for other nonprofits that bring people to our community. We have a person coming to the board meeting tomorrow who will talk about a Renaissance fair coming perhaps next spring. And of course, in a typical year, we will do all sorts of programs, festivals, activities, cavalry competition, Halloween events, Buffalo Soldier Days, and on and on and on. We're open 360 days a year. We only close for Christmas, New Year's, and Thanksgiving, and the scattered day in front or back. We're open 7 days a week. We're here 9 to 5, Monday through Saturday, 1 to 5 on Sunday. We are open more hours for the public than virtually any other museum of its kind in the territory. Now, this is not a great business model because some days, yes, we don't see a lot of people, other days we do, but we're a service organization. This also helps our rental business, which has grown in recent years. We make ourselves available to the public, and I think that your $50,000 in the hot money has been well spent. With that, I'll stop and entertain any questions you may have.
My first question would just be, where are we in the progress of repairing all of the wood, heat-related damage to the fort? It was immense, I know, but where are we?
It was
on that?
immense, and we finished all the contracts that were let out, and we are back in the best physical shape that we have been probably in history. That's the good news. Bad news is there is, well, not that bad news, but there are still things that are ongoing. As the joke goes, when you finish painting the Oakland Bay Bridge, what do?
Start again.
Start over. But now that we are at a catch-up mode, I think that we can stay at or ahead of the game. We fell into dire straits 8 to 10 years ago, and thanks to you and other funding sources, we were able to climb out. And I think about every day how we can stay at this point in maintenance, and I think that's part of the budget discussion to make sure that we have methods to stay abreast of ongoing maintenance issues. But right now, we are virtually done with the exterior stuff.
Talk to us about the two new barracks that are soon to be completed, I think.
The barracks 3 and 4 and their rear mess halls are been under construction for the past year, and the architect reported that they should be substantially completed by the end of September. We will have some exterior landscaping and access work to do, but that'll get us right into the silly season as we prepare for Christmas at Old Fort Concho, so I don't anticipate any move-in until early 2024, but we are in the home stretch.
Fantastic. They look great from
They
the
look
outside.
marvelous, and some of us have been waiting 20 years to see this done, and it will be, and in some cases, longer, Counselor. And this will also be a feather in our cap, and maybe indirectly a bit of tourism, because we get researchers from all across the country. Everyone from a PhD researching a doctorate to someone doing a Gothic romance novel and everything in between. And I'm sure once the word is out that our holdings are reorganized and in proper facilities, we'll see an uptick in that.
You know, this year, you brought up the polo thing, which was terrific. I think the big hiccup on that was the Calvary competition the week before the polo match, which kind of tore up the field. That we
Not
just
as
got-
bad as we thought.
But it did happen. And so
A little bit.
my hope is that in May of this next year, when they intend to, I think it's May 4th, that they're going to do the polo match again,
Correct.
that we work around that and plan around it so that we don't have that conflict.
It will probably work out a little better for staff. It was a wee bit of a stretch to go from the cavalry competition right into the
Right.
polo. Of course, weather is a critical factor. We had some decent rains ahead of time. The Symphony was good to their word. They paid their water bill. They pumped a lot of water on that field, and that and the timely rains kept it at a decent level, although I know it was very dusty, and that's something we probably need to work on a little if possible. But
It was a windy
overall,
day,
was-
too.
Say
Polo
again?
match was a really windy day.
It was extraordinarily windy, and not things that we can have any control over, but I think overall everybody had a good time.
I'm going to open up for questions or comments from council members for Bob. Do we have any? I think Larry looks like he does.
I just wondered if you anticipate an increase in visitors as a result of the Buffalo Soldier Memorial, and is that part of your advertisement, your marketing?
We will certainly advertise that as a part of anything that's directly related, certainly at the Christmas event, and certainly for our two Buffalo Soldier events that we do, one in February and one in July. I think it may go as much in the reverse, in that people coming to see the fort, we will direct them across the street to see that. I've also been pleased to see just what I call the casual visitor. Just drive by, walk by. I saw a fellow riding a bicycle the other day. He stopped, parked his bike, sat down, read some of the memorials, and then went on. I do think that this memorial was done in the absolute positive fashion. It was well located, and I think it will be more effective than any other memorial I've seen of its ilk across the country. It was done very well. Ms. Spears and her team and all the volunteers are to be commended. It just came out absolutely well.
Bob, as it relates to your conversation a minute ago about being pretty current on the maintenance and the upkeep of the fort, does your budget allow for us continuing to be caught up and maintain as we go along so that we don't get 10 years behind on the maintenance? Because my hot days, winds deteriorate wood product, frames, doors, pillars, boardwalks, something terrible. I don't want us to ever get to where we were again.
Neither do I.
So I want to make sure that the maintenance budget on an annual basis, and of course, I know we're talking hot tax, but I want to make sure from a budget perspective that we have budgeted to keep us current on any deterioration that this climate creates out there.
I share that concern, and I think that we need to look at maintenance from a twofold approach. The first is our staff can handle the day-to-day stuff, but I think what we learned is we do not have the numbers or the talent to do things in bulk rate. And the way we avoid getting into that hole is to year to year farm out for modest amounts of money repairs to groups of columns, groups of windows, groups of fascia board that would take our people forever given the other duties that they have. Now, where does this money come from? Well, in the last 10 years, we have built up our fund reserve, our fund balance, to a little over $750,000. I am told by the budgeteers that my fund balance needs to be, by either statute or custom, 90 days. We've got that times 2. And what I would propose to City Hall and to you is from time to time, fiscal year to fiscal year, we target for modest amounts of money farmed out projects that keep us where we are and where we want to be.
I support using that fund balance to keep this fort in the shape that it needs to be in as the best preserved fort west of the Mississippi.
We
need to do
appreciate that.
So
That's an ongoing
it's never
issue.
going to end every day.
No, and without sounding maudlin here, I'm trying to think of the future. I won't be here in 20 years. I won't be here in 10. I'm trying.
Just taking a long vacation.
Just to add to what you said, Bob, that those, while he's got reserve in there, I mean, those repairs are costly. They just are. And so that doesn't mean that his reserve is going to be able to cover it. I will say that the great part about things going on at the fort now is that, there was a plan put in place for paying off the debt associated with the state office complex and so forth. And as that is rolling off here real quick, that may offer you some opportunities then to reallocate some of those funds to things like this, where you're not having to take more from the general fund. So
When you say real quick, what's real quick?
September 30. Rick is correct, and since he brought it up, let me just give you a quick overview. The 25-year certificates of obligation that were floated to rehab the Chase and the workforce buildings, they are totally and fully paid off September 30 of this year. Now, that means that some extra money in that Fund 201, which is a restricted account, could be available over time to do 2 things. First, to take care of the capital needs at those 2 state buildings. Indeed, we just finished 7 of 12 heavy-duty air conditioners on the roof. The other 5 we hope will be coming shortly. And that's part of a 5-year plan, because those are all original issue. And there would be some money left over year to year to take care of some Ford issues. So it's a blended approach, but I think we are in as good a financial position to tackle this as we have ever been.
Okay, so we have an area to look at, a fund to look towards helping keep that, so we cannot let it deteriorate to the level it was.
We've come too far to get it the way it is, and we need to make the effort to keep it that way.
And it's designating funds to do that.
There are options there. We just have to pay attention year to year.
Further questions from council, comments?
I agree totally with you, Mayor. We need to stay on top of it. I think that's very important. Good job getting us where we are, Bob.
Well, it was your generosity in both HUD funds and other funds that got us there, and 2 targeted hailstorms, I will admit, were a big help. Although I, for one, do not want to see another hailstorm. 3 in 1 year is enough for any man.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, come on.
Hello.
Welcome.
How are you all doing? Here to speak on civic events. This year, of course, we did a lot of renovations, certain different needs in different areas. For the Coliseum, one of the biggest items that we did complete over there is the 2 new boilers. That was definitely needed over in that area. Plus, we had a lot of maintenance issues that was taken care of. For the convention center, we completed our renovations, which included the replacement of the sewer line, retiling, vinyl, adding the vinyl to the walls, repainting as well. We're still working on the landscape and irrigation project, which should be starting in November, and we're actually taking care of the seal coating coming up in August. We should have that complete. Moving forward, there are some other items that we're needing to look forward to, which would be replacing the HVAC units over here at the convention center. We have 16 of those. That's been probably our most costly maintenance item that we do have currently right now, but moving forward, I would like to bring that to council and see if we can get that approved for a future improvement for the convention center.
Can those be paid for with hot tax money?
Yes, I believe so.
And, okay, so right now, if you look at the conference center, the updates that you need, with the exception of the HVAC, have been completed.
Yes, ma'am. We've completed, like I said, the sewer line, the retiling of the main ballroom, recarpeted the hallways as well, painting the interior ballroom as well and exterior. We also did the window tinting too, and all of those were complete.
What was in here this weekend?
This weekend, we did have a quinceañera that was in here, and then we had a teachers' conference that was here on Friday, I believe, that was moving out.
Are we seeing strong bookings of the convention center?
We're seeing great bookings. If you know, of course, we closed down from November to January, and we're still at budget for this year and stuff. So we're actually seeing great bookings, weddings, quinceañeras. We're doing pretty well at the convention center, I will say.
Now, were we doing updates to like the internet and all of that in here? Didn't we budget for something with upgrades in here?
Yes.
That would have been a Brian Groves project, I believe.
Oh, but then wasn't there something else we were doing here?
We did the security cameras as well, so we did have an addition of security cameras, but that came out of our regular budget.
And Wi-Fi, I think it's the Wi-Fi I'm thinking about, the hookups that have been
Yes.
so problematic.
Yes, we've had Wi-Fi issues, but we did add Wi-Fi to Convention Center as well as the Coliseum and the River Stage. But we're still working through some issues with that going on right now.
Yeah, because wasn't
Bandwidth.
there some big issues on the July 3rd event with the Wi-Fi connections or?
Yeah, something going on with the bandwidth and them being able to, I guess when everybody comes and they're pulling out their phones, they're pulling all the bandwidth. So we're needing to get basically like a hard line, I believe, out there to be able to do live events, being able to showcase those.
Okay, questions from council? And so on the $1.8 million, what does that primarily go towards?
That definitely goes towards our operations.
So that's your just day-to-day
Yes, ma'am.
operating our facilities?
Yes, ma'am.
How are the bathrooms at the Coliseum?
Bathrooms can definitely use a little bit of work. Not a little bit, a lot of work.
That was a loaded question, Mayor. That was a loaded, I was wondering how he was going to answer that because I was getting ready to answer for him.
And that's also the same thing with the convention center. We need to probably look into upgrading the bathrooms over here, the restrooms over here at the convention
The
center.
women's is still pretty nice. We don't beat it up like you guys do, I guess, because they're pretty nice, the girls.
We're definitely having a few issues, and that's another item that we've been having to call out for some maintenance needs for our restrooms. Of course, we haven't had a complete renovation since 2008, so a lot of those bathroom mechanics are starting to go out, mechanisms are starting to go out, and so we're having to replace those as well.
What about that trailer that we bought, the restroom trailer that we bought? Are we finding that to be useful?
We did use the restroom trailer whenever we were shut down for the sewer line replacement, but that's the only time that we've personally used it.
So the
It's
sports
really out at the-
complexes aren't using it?
It's out at the sports complex, so it's used there for recreation things, typically not anything Sid would use it for.
So it's not being used as much as we thought it would be?
I can't answer that question, but
Because we envisioned when we bought that, you know, for special events or other parks or whatever, that it would be a facility that would be useful.
So they primarily bought it because of the sports complex. Some of the quads don't have restrooms. So it was a way when we are having tournaments, we get requests, well, they don't like to walk all the way over there. So they use it primarily for that. That's what it was bought for. And that all revolves around how many tournaments you're able to draw in. Secondary, it was to be used for special events, like we've used it out at MLK Park when they were having their event because there weren't restrooms there. So for those kind of things, it is used some, but that wasn't the primary reason we bought it. But yes, you're right, it could be used for those, but it hasn't been heavily used for those.
Yes, Larry.
I believe on previous meetings, there was discussion or contracts made about the landscaping for this building. I just wondered what happened in the face of this drought. What's been done with it? Is it still in?
That's why he said it was going to start in November.
Is it? Okay.
So we're starting that in November.
Yeah, and really putting most of that in, not, of course, right now, it's just a horrible time to do that. And it's all being done, for the most part, a lot of it was done in-house by Parks.
Yes, sir.
So that's to save money, and Parks has a lot going on. So they're scheduling it into their season when they can have time to do it. So that'll be why it's starting in November.
Thank you.
I think that must conclude, unless you want to share anything else with us.
Looking forward to tomorrow's discussion on the River Stage renovations, hoping that we can get that going.
Okay, thank you very much. Texas Bank Sports Complex. Carl, you're on again.
Yes, the 50,000 goes into general operations and maintenance of the complex. It's been a decent year for the sports complex. We've kept up well with the condition of the complex despite the excessive heat. We've hosted about 12 tournaments so far this year. We have upcoming the annual statewide flag football tournament this fall. This will be the sixth year we've hosted it. We still have a decent fund balance. As far as outstanding projects, we still have the storage facility to construct on the east end. You may have seen the memo about the autonomous mowers that we're looking at purchasing to enhance maintenance out there and to try them out to see how well they work for us and to see how well we could implement that more into the future.
How's your water usage been considering the drought and considering the
It's
needs
pushed
for?
it's pushed us pushed us far to keep up. You'd be surprised how much water it does take to keep grass like that alive.
So I asked the question. So are we on budget or over budget? Because I mean, I'm asking simply because it's drought and it's hot and
We're
it's.
fine because council actually changed the way that's approached a few years back.
You're good. You're okay. And you've been able to keep it up and keep it in good shape.
Yes.
Okay.
We utilize the incentive account that we set up a year and a half ago twice. So that has helped a bit to bring in 2 tournaments.
All right. Then no further questions or comments from council. We'll move on. Thank you very much. Okay, the last item is the Railway Museum.
Good morning or afternoon. Got here when it was morning. I'm Susanna Valenzuela. I'm the president of the Railway Museum, and this is Dr. Linda Bond. She's on our board. She's our secretary. And the Railway Museum is in the Triangle in the Cultural District. It is the third of the Triangle. SAMFA and the Fort are the others, and they are funded by Hot Tax. So we have diligently been working the last 3 years to get this where it needs to be. And we feel like we're at the point where we need some help. And so I provided a sheet. I'm not sure if that's been passed to you yet or not. But I believe in our current contract, it states that we cannot receive funding from the city based on the previous board. So we're looking to get that changed. And then also we're requesting $25,000 in hot tax.
What are you requesting to pay in addition for rent?
Well, we're not requesting
That's
that.
what the
Right
contract
now,
reads.
well, currently, right now, we're just paying to be tenants and to take care of the building. We have programming that we would love to use to make this museum more of an asset for San Angelo, but currently, at the moment, we are mainly paying fees for Intertel, for fire inspections, elevator fees that are very large. They're very large fees that we have to pay that we've, over the last 3 years, spent $33,000 on. That's money we could have used towards programming, and those efforts are for preserving that building. Since we've moved in, we've gotten an $85,000 grant from the Health Foundation for the HVAC system. We got a $25,000 grant from the Area Foundation for fencing, and right now we're in the process of trying to get a grant from the Health Foundation for the elevator. The elevator needs to be upgraded. And so we're a small group. We're putting on tons of events, and I've included the information here of what we're doing to raise funds. We are an active board. All of the board are working members. We have no employees, but one that is our cashier on the weekends for people to come in. On the elevator grant, we should be hearing back on that September 21st if we've received that grant. So and we pay a grant writer to write those grants for us. And it's not inexpensive. It's usually $2,000 or $3,000. So we hope that the efforts that we have made to this point have shown the value of the Railway Museum to this community. We've implemented new programming, including Arthur Stilwell and the Dream of Steam. Arthur Stilwell was an important part to San Angelo history. If he had not brought the railroad here, this city would not be here. And that part of history has never been focused on. Linda does our living history programs, so she's been instrumental in helping to bring that history to life. We currently have a play that we do, and that's done every year now. And one of the slides that you didn't get to see from Art in Uncommon Places was that they're actually going to be creating a mural right next to the tracks by the depot that is going to be Arthur Stilwell's picture of him and like some trains in the depot. So I think people are starting to learn that history, and this is pretty much what we've done. We want to say none of us personally benefit from doing this, other than that we want something for San Angelo that is special. The train market is a niche market. It is something that people travel to see. And I'll let Linda talk a little bit about visitors that have come to the museum from all over the world as well. And it's an asset. It's like you say, you look at San Angelo, it's like you have the fort. You need various places for people to be able to visit. And the Railway Museum is part of that. And so I think that we've shown that through our events. We've shown that through our extended business hours. And so I think people in the community now know that it's a place to go. We've partnered with various entities. We do partner with the Chamber on Military Appreciation Day and allow all the military to come in for free. We do Museum National Day with all the other museums and allow people to come in for free. And those are monies that we need. And we only charge $5. It's like that only adds up to so much, you know, and I think that we've shown that we've given a lot and that we're to the point where we need a little bit of help to help us so we can have some of this programming. It's like we can't market these events that we're having. Our Halloween event had over 1,300 people. It was featured in Fodor. And so these events are quality, and they are bringing people to San Angelo. And if we had the ability to put a little more into them, market them a little more, I think it would definitely give a little more. And so I'm going to let Linda talk about the visitors.
We're really honored that Goodfellow puts out a publication that says we're one of the top family opportunities in San Angelo. One of the reasons is people come from all over the country to be at Goodfellow. And when they come to visit us, they bring their grandparents, their parents, themselves, and their children. So we often have 4 generations at the museum. Each one of those generations approaches it differently. Some of them want to read everything, some want to run around and touch everything, some want to hear the stories, but we have that all available. We have educational opportunities on any level that people approach it. We are very lucky that San Angelo has been so supportive, but we have also gained an opportunity to reach people. For example, a troop of Boy Scouts camping at Lake Nasworthy got rained out and spent the day at the Railway Museum. We were delighted to have them.
What
and
year
they,
was that? Because I can't remember a day when it rained.
That was this last year.
The year it never rained, isn't that an Elmer Kilton book? Shane, was that a famous one back there?
We have had rain this year, and we have had the Boy Scouts, and we were delighted to have them. We have a lot of different opportunities. We had a STEM camp, and because railway is so much about engineering, we were able to show gauges and sizes and how trains change by size, and we were able to do examples of that. We're able to do hands-on science, and I think that's a great opportunity that not everyone gets.
My big issue is we have a contract, and that contract specifies that the Railway Museum will operate with asking for no more money from the city, and that contract is in place. So
And that was signed by a previous board.
doesn't matter, you guys took it on, and
Well,
you're part of it. So
yes.
unless that contract gets rewritten,
That's
it
what we're
says no more funds, and today we're not rewriting a contract. So this is about hot funds, not that contract. And until that contract comes forward and is rewritten and changes the dynamics on it, that contract is there. We can bring that contract forward, re-review it, and relook at it. But that's what that contract said, and that was signed specifically because the previous operators of that Railroad Museum, we discontinued that contract. And there were some of you all in play when that contract was written. I'm not saying this council won't look at it.
I don't
and
believe any
change
of our
the
board was on
contract,
there.
But we need, that contract needs to be relooked at.
Were there for that board.
That's all right, you inherited it, so you're part of it, so you inherited it. So that, to me, is the big issue. And,
So, Mayor,
Yeah.
is it time for us to look at that contract and update it just like we have with a lot of other organizations?
we can do that, and I'm fine with bringing it back forward, and we can negotiate and discuss it then. But we have that contract in place right now, and that's what we need to honor. It's a signed contract.
So when could we look at re-looking at that?
Well, we can, whenever Teresa has time to look at it and bring it forward, so it's a contract.
What we can do as staff is we'll get that pulled, and we'll ask Teresa to look at it, and then we'll advise you all on when she can bring it forward in working with the Rail Museum when they're available as well. So we'll try to do that in the near future.
It's not a complex issue. If council wants to support this function, your direction now to bring that back with the idea that we would support it in some fashion is a simple change, simple amendment, or a simple update to that contract, if that's what you want.
We can bring it back and we can have that discussion, but right now that contract is a contract. Yes, go ahead.
I was curious, it seems as though your biggest expense is your elevator causing you all kinds of trouble now, right?
No, we actually have substantial bills from Enertel for the sprinkler system as well, that whenever they do the inspection, it's very costly, but then if there's any repairs that have to be made, which happened right before I came on the board, it was about $7,000 or $8,000 to repair those sprinklers. And so, again, you know, just kind of like we talked about with Art and Uncommon Places, we don't have any paid employees. All of the people that are doing this are volunteers to maintain that building for our community, for it to be a tourist asset for our community. And we have a lot of great volunteers that come in and help with the model trains. It's like those are constantly needing repair. We have a great Arthur Stilwell exhibit now that was created, and Linda has put a lot of effort into that play, and it features, you know, the mayor of
1910.
Sweetwater and the mayor of San Angelo, Jenny Stilwell, Arthur Stilwell, and Pancho Villa, like really incorporating that into San Angelo's history and making sure that people don't forget about that. So again, if this is something that is important to you all for it to continue, I would love to hear that support. And if not, then, you know, we just have to go by your decision, because we can't continue to invest all this time. I mean, it's hundreds of hours. We just can't continue to do it if we're not going to get the help.
Well, we you know, again, not to diminish the work that's been done, but that Railroad Museum was restored by many individuals in this city. They raised the money, they saved it, They put it together. We've had a railroad board of directors, Railroad Museum board of directors for generations, for a long time.
And it's never
decades.
been at the level that it is right
And it
now.
has not been at the level it is, and you've been able to get grants to support that. And like all nonprofit organizations, your board is responsible for fundraising to help oversee a lot of that.
Right.
And that's what.
It's a
all-
historic building, though, and there is funds for historic preservation, and currently the Fort is the only one getting any of that. And I think just the way you invested in the Fort, and now it's this great asset for San Angelo, the Railway Museum can be the same thing. So it's just really, again, your decision if you want to see this move forward. You have the information, the events are being very successful. Santa Fe Christmas is, I think, an integral part of our holiday season here in San Angelo. There's over 1,000 people that come out for that event to see Santa arrive by train. But that takes a lot of work, and we do get sponsors. We have HEB, we have Atmos, Republic, different people supporting us, but that can only go so far. Everybody has their day job, and even though we love this so much, if it's not something the council wants to see continue, then how you vote and how you move this forward is how we will have to move forward as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I wanted to make a statement.
Oh, yes, go right ahead.
I'm sure everyone knows, Suzanne, that at the end of the week you will be leaving the chamber. So I just wanted to personally say thank you for all you have done, and I wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
So, before y'all leave, we all have different, I remember talking about it when we took it over, and everybody voted on this a couple councils ago. We have to look at what's sustainable and what's not. We elected that, hey, and you got a group together that do that and say, we're going to try to move forward and make it one of the best things we have. We need to see, when we boil down the hot tax dollars, it's heads and beds, all right? We need to see on paper who's coming, what's here, the events, the people, all that. We are bound by the contract. I was going to say, it's not pointing out specifically the Railroad Museum. But I'm with Brenda. I said, we've got that contract in place. Rick brings up a good point. We can bring it up, we can look at it. But it's about heads and beds and hot tax money. And I've had many discussions with Diane Bays about this in the past through the rodeo.
Right.
And so we need to go down that path. But I just want you to understand, it's important, but we have rules that we're basically falling by the
And
contract.
I will say, we do collect zip codes. Everybody that comes into the museum, we take their zip code. At Santa Fe Christmas, everybody that comes through the line to get a picture with Santa gets a zip code and how many are in your party. So that is something that we're very aware of and that we are tracking and have been tracking. And I will tell you, since the day we took over, it was about $3,000 in sales, and this year we're at about $30,000 in sales, like just in attendance, the things that are going on. We've invested in a motorized train for the kids to ride a train when they come to our events. It's participated in parades. We've asked people have asked us to rent the train. So we are doing things to be sustainable long-term. And as you're talking about sustainable, the things that we can't focus on are, we want to build a patio on the boxcar and make it a wine car and have evenings out there that people can come out and enjoy the evening. We talked about turning the caboose into a bed and breakfast where people could come and use that. So we're not just asking for this because, it's too much. It's not sustainable. It is sustainable. It's just right now we're constantly having to work to pay $30,000 in bills. I think that says a lot for what we have done and what we can do. And that's just talking about those, not like electric bills or any of the other bills. So I think we have proven it's sustainable. And if we are given the opportunity to move it forward, that it could be even more so, stand on its own.
Well, there's certainly a mountain in front of us, and as a group, as a city, and a nonprofit, and I've been on both sides of that, so I understand. But
Right, I think that concludes our conversations on today's agenda. And so let me get back to the agenda as a wrap-up.
we just leave our stuff right here.
Yeah, for tomorrow, yeah. So, Tina, I turn it back over to you for, quote, I don't know, the agenda says a wrap-up by Tina, so wrap it up.
It's a wrap.
Okay, that's all we need to hear.
It's a wrap.